All right, I will call this town council meeting to order, and we'll ask for a roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad?
Here.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Here.
Mayor Romack?
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Here.
And Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go into the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all for joining us this evening. Up next, we have public comment. Any member of the public is welcome to make a comment on any item not on the agenda for this evening, and everybody will be limited to 3 minutes each. If you'd like to make a public comment, you are welcome to head to the podium, which is slightly removed. Also, there is a special mic that is seated at the podium. You do not need to touch it, just to make everyone aware. And if anyone would like to make a comment, you're welcome to go up. All right, it looks like we have a public comment.
Yes. I want to hold it. Okay, good evening. My name is Sven Leff. I'm here simply to introduce myself as new general manager for the Truckee Recreation and Park District. The first real order of business to share with you is to invite you to Steve Randall's retirement party tomorrow. It's at the Community Arts Center starting at 4 o'clock, program about 6 o'clock. It's more of a walk-around reception. There's nothing really crazy until he gets roasted. So that's tomorrow. Hope you guys can join us, because as you know, Steve Randall did almost 38 years of service to this community in so many areas, and his partnerships and projects and the growth of the district in response to the growth of the community. It's just legendary. And so I know most of you know him and value him, and hope you can swing by. For myself, as the next general manager of the district, just to share with you briefly, I've been with Recreation and Parks as a career for more than 30 years already, and with the Recreation and Park District here in town for 5. I'm a resident over in Glenshire, and Truckee's been a part of my life forever. So I'm stepping into some big shoes, and I already have somewhat of a relationship with each of you on the council and with many of the staff members, and I really hope to, keep the momentum going, if you will, help build new relationships. I want to keep my door open. I want you guys to feel welcome to reach out to me with questions or challenges. How can we as partners, partner agencies with other districts and the counties at times, address things in local governance and stuff. So prior to working for this district, I worked in larger cities. I see so many of the ways that all of our districts and stuff really are partners in our community, and hope to keep that going for the remainder of my career, which, like I told JD this morning at KTKE, is I hope to retire and die here. So I've got a long time coming. Last thing I want to bring up is in the rest of public comment, we have a couple of other employees from the Recreation and Park District that are going to bring up some housing or homeless concerns that we're having. Things are growing. We have recently been working with the police department as well as with homeless services, and plan to continue to do that. But as you can imagine, with the cold and the snow and other things going on, we collectively are having a new issue. So they're going to talk about the impacts a little bit. It wasn't coordinated until we walked in together, but I want to bring it up and just assure you that we are working. I was just talking to Chief a little bit as well, so we'll keep that going. So at any rate, my door is open, my hands are open, my eyes and ears are open. I will invite you to reach out to me, and we'll forge forward together. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sven, and congrats on your new position. And if anyone else likes Steve Randall, you can stick around, because after our transit workshop, we will also be honoring him here at the meeting this evening. With that, I would welcome anyone else who would like to make a public comment. And again, please state your name. And you do have 3 minutes. There should be a timer over here. And if you do go over 3 minutes, I will stop you. So just remember to try to be concise. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Henry. I'm the Recreation Supervisor for all youth programming at the Truckee Recreation and Park District. I'm here today to plead with the town to possibly move the homeless center and warming center away from the current location. The Community Arts Center is what I'm in charge of, and inside that, which is at 10046 Church Street, and that is almost directly across the street from the the homeless center and the warming center. We have 2 licensed preschools inside there, along with Twin Ridges, which is licensed school age, along with being a TTUSD bus stop for more than 5 schools. In addition, our after-school license care is there for transitional kindergarten through 5th grade, art classes for toddlers through high school, and Truckee Community Theater, which is all ages of children. This means we have children in our building from 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. every day of the work week, along with theater productions almost every weekend. Since taking on my current position at the Community Arts Center, I've witnessed more than 50 incidents since last summer involving unhoused individuals. This month alone, we have had to call dispatch more than 20 times, resulting in 3 arrests. These incidents include verbal threats to both our participants and our employees, unhoused individuals locking themselves in our bathroom stalls, spraying police officers' body spray inside our building, throwing up in our foyer, lighting a campfire against our building, using profanity and shouting in front of children, smoking in our entryway, and this Saturday threatening an employee with physical violence during a children's production of Wizard of Oz. Officers have let us know it's very difficult to change the situation as they are short-staffed and sometimes take more than 20 minutes to arrive due to other incidents in the area. We've had families drop from our programs already due to this issue, and we would like to be able to say we will not have people doing illegal drugs in our parking area. On Wednesday of last week, somebody was smoking crack outside the window into the preschool, but because it's not part of our property, the police say there's nothing they can do. When unhoused individuals get kicked out of the warming center, they look for the closest location to get warm, and our proximity is often their first stop. We're not allowed to have people in the building that are not parents or staff during our licensed care hours. We have had to result in locking our front doors starting this past Monday and having parents enter through the back, which seems unreasonable for a community arts center. In addition, people rent our facility for the beautiful auditorium and theater, and we've had many encounters where private events are ruined by unhoused individuals making a scene and demanding entrance. Personally, I've witnessed unhoused individuals with what I would characterize as either mental illness or under the influence of something. This makes me extremely uneasy because of the unpredictable nature of the behavior. I feel it's not a question of if, but when. I feel I shouldn't have to call the police several times a week to ensure the safety of patrons. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Kristen.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josette Ruas. I am a parent of 2 young people, and I am a business owner in the community here in Truckee, and a resident here over 10 years and 25 in the Tahoe Basin. Most importantly, I've been working as an art teacher at the Art Center for the past 4 years. My classes are in the afternoons and evenings, and I have seen definitely an uptick in homeless people entering our building, insisting that it is a public space and they get to use it as well. My concerns come most importantly for the people who are paying to be part of the programs that we have just started to really instill and kind of kick off the Art Center as an annex to the Rec Center being an art building. Like I said, it's been 4 years of me working there, and I'm slowly seeing that we're growing the program, so there is that benefit of having the Art Center down there. However, in these last month or so that we've having experiences with homeless people coming into the building, I think that that's incredibly a negative impact in our school situations, because not only during the daycare programs, which if you're a new parent, it's very impacted to find preschool programs. So for the rec to instill 2 more classes was really substantial for the community. I have concerns for those parents and students alike. I think that there has kind of been a breach in which these people are now entering the building for no reason other than just that maybe the warming center is not open, maybe that they're just flexing their freedoms and rights, understandable. However, again, the concerns are we lose our students, or I myself feel uncomfortable and unsafe being there. I quit my job. We don't have more art teachers to then hire. we don't have classes to offer, then we don't have an art center and we don't have that community. And so that's really where I want to stress we need to address this pretty instantly. I think it's a big concern. It's definitely visible. I would recommend you guys come to the roast because you might see the exposure in which we do in the evenings. It just feels like things have shifted and we need to set precedents in what we are as an art center and in a secure and safe place for our students and for the rest of the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? You can head up. They're just fixing the sound right now, so.
My name is Jennifer Bullard. My 3-year-old daughter is attending one of the preschool programs at the Community Art Center. I personally have witnessed homeless people at the front entrance when I'm trying to bring my daughter into school. I've talked with Kristen about it, and definitely it's a concern. It's one of the only places that offers a program for 2-year-old children, so it's really important for our community. Other daycare and preschool locations throughout Truckee have 2-year waiting lists. There's a real lack of daycare and preschool in our community. So if I feel that my daughter is not safe going to the Community Art Center, I have nowhere for her to go. And so there are a lot of other parents that I've been talking to as well that are concerned. You know, we're happy that we have a temporary solution to bring them around the back door, but I feel like it's only a matter of time until we start to see the same issues in the back of the building that we were seeing in the front of the building. So would love to see this on your next agenda to discuss this and how we can, you know, solve this problem going forward so that our community is safe, and especially the youngest and most vulnerable members of our community. My 3-year-old daughter, the other, you know, the 2-year-old kids that are in these programs can go to school and be safe every day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nora Pasiak. I am one of the preschool teachers at the Parks and Rec Department. My classroom is the 2-year-old, 3-year-old room. We've got a lovely view of the street from my classroom. There have been many times I've had to close the blind and ask for assistance, having people come to remove them with groups of, unfortunately, we have a rising number of homeless people in the community who my heart does go out to. But we've had to ask them to move while they've been sitting in circles, like smoking marijuana outside, which I know is legal, but not appropriate for it to be coming in the windows of my classroom, which we've had to close windows, put on air filters. It was luckily like right in the beginning, so we didn't have that problem again, but I have witnessed them, like some individuals who clearly probably need some mental health help, having full-on arguments with thin air outside my classroom, windows. I've come in the mornings as early as 8 a.m. to set up for the day, and they've had little fires in little tin cans on our front porch, trying to get warm, telling me about how they're Boy Scouts. And I understand that there's like a need to help, especially in the cold weather, but it just, with the proximity to the preschool, it's just becoming unsafe. And I love having the program, and I love being able to be there to support the kids, and I'm glad that we've been able to like keep it away from the children, not seeing it, and have like the adults be aware and present and able to like have these things be above the children's head and not witness it. But we just don't want it to get to a point where it's going to impact the children. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? All right, I will close public comment, and just as a reminder, we can't take action on any items that are brought up during public comment, but really appreciate you all coming and you all dedicating your time to our youth and art programs and whatnot. We know those are valuable, so thank you for coming, and I know we were all listening very closely, so thank you for that. All right, next up, we have our workshop item tonight, TART Connect Microtransit Program Overview and the Future of Transit in Truckee. Alfred Knotts and Dan Wilkins look like they're ready to present.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of Town Council, Alfred Knotts, Transportation Program Manager. Here to discuss microtransit, the pilots that we've been operating both summer and winter, and then talk about a bigger discussion on the future of really transit in Truckee based on some of the information that we're gleaning from the pilots themselves. So we wanted to walk through a few things tonight. I want to remind the council that we are conducting and preparing a feasibility study, so this really feeds into all that and really is kind of the the backbone of this.
Alfred, can I stop you?
Yes.
Our screens are not working up here. I don't know if IT or...
Yep. Chris is going to come on up and
Thank
see if
you.
he can help you out with that.
Awesome. For now, we can just look to our side, but I figured I'd let you know.
There's the details.
Did I touch anything?
Are all of the screens blinked? Okay.
Level playing field.
So while they're working on fixing that, this is really truly a workshop. It's meant to be a conversation. We're not taking any direction tonight. You all know that you're headed into your council priority setting session on Thursday, where you will be establishing your next 2-year priorities, perhaps reaffirming these priorities and carrying these forward. We'll see where that conversation goes. And then helping us to start developing your work plan for the 2 years. So we wanted to give you some of this information as we are anticipating a continued interest in transit in the upcoming 2-year cycle. We have some information from the summer pilot microtransit program, a little bit from the winter program. I'd like to understand what your interests are for not only the next 2 years, but particularly the next year as we go into budget.
Are you good to go?
Chris gets paid the big bucks for a reason.
Okay, so you're all set, and Alfred, take it away.
Awesome. Teamwork. So as town manager Callaway mentioned, the town council priorities will be discussed, obviously coming up. But again, I'd like to reaffirm these. It's been very exciting being over the last year and a quarter that I've been here. There's been a lot, I think, that we've accomplished in a short time. Noticed the narrative really in the community kind of changing also because of microtransit. And really creating, what we're looking for is really creating a culture of transit. We're transit, but it also has to work for the community, and really that's kind of what we're experimenting with. But what you will see tonight too is that some ridership and some numbers that are coming back from our overall transit system is also very exciting. So something to keep in mind. An integrated approach to transportation really is, we've talked about this too. It's been the emphasis within the town for a long time, and also a lot of, resort communities and even in the Tahoe Basin as well. We're really not trying to build our way out of congestion here. We're trying to move people and not necessarily cars, and that requires an integrated approach of some infrastructure, of some, bless you, some programs in terms of TDM, transportation demand management, active transportation, which the town has heavily invested in over the years, and then transit service enhancements, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight as well. So what I would like to do is give an overview of the transit system, just to remind kind of the public and town council of what our system currently does exist of, so we don't kind of lose track of what the foundations are here. We do operate a fixed route system. It's referred to as a Truckee Local. It is a fare-free system that was accomplished, I think, in 2018 with a variety of different partners involved in that. We have a town-wide dial-a-ride, so that serves the entire town, and ADA service, which is American Disability Act service. We have night service. We operate on 89 and 267 corridors, serving the resort base areas, and then also the microtransit pilots that we're here kind of delve into a little bit deeper into tonight or this afternoon. Other services that we do operate too are the Truckee Thursday shuttles. Those were brought back after COVID, and then the North Lake Tahoe Express as well. One thing, I tried to get a little savvy here, and we'll see if it works here. I have a GIS map that's embedded in here, and we'll see if it works here. So I don't want to spend too much time because we do have Gordon here to help us with to discuss kind of the pilot as well. But to give an overview of the system here, so this is our dial-a-ride service, again, kind of town-wide. What we wanted to show is kind of where our resources going right now in terms of our limited fiscal resources from state and federal funds. So that should pop up, everybody can see. And so our local route here operates along this corridor, kind of our spine service. That's approximately about $500,000 per year. Our 89 service, that operates along the 89 corridor. Again, this is just looking at, for the 89 service, the winter service, because Placer County, we do contribute some dollars back to them to provide the fixed route service. It does come on their TART system. We have our 267 nighttime service, shorter route, so less dollar figures there too. And our downtown shuttle service during the Truckee Thursdays events. And that's to a tune of about $40,000. Again, trying to familiarize everybody kind of where's our resources going right now. And our TART Connect summer service, that was the service we had that was implemented between June 25th and September 5th, I believe it was. That was done through a separate contract and that dollar figure amount. And then the winter pilot, which we're operating right now, slightly different. Some little areas that we did pull into there. And that is to the tune of about $527,000. So again, to give an overview of kind of the overall system, where our resources are going and kind of how everything lays together, and where we can kind of see some of these transit deserts or islands also right now that we'll talk about in terms of potential pilots. So that actually seemed to work. So I'm back where I needed to be. So this is, again, the dollar figures you kind of pretty much saw. There are revenues in here. It's kind of the full gamut. There are additional revenues right now that are above and beyond, that are kind of one time, that are in that budget also. So there is a little bit of a balance there that those don't pencil out because of some CARES Act money that we're carrying forward that are one-time dollars, and some additional funds through a 2-year allocation of 5310 program, which funds the dial-a-ride and the ADA service. So our pre-COVID comparison that we wanted to kind of walk through is, which is exciting in terms of just the services we are providing. Our ridership along our fixed route is up considerably. So something to consider when we looked at the microtransit is, did we look at maybe eliminating our fixed route and other options? The thing is right now is our fixed route service is very, very productive. It's on productivity numbers of the same thing as microtransit, and we'll walk through that a little bit. So we're looking at a projected increase of about 77%. Where we're seeing a lot of that ridership is actually with our multifamily housing projects coming online, which is very, very encouraging that the transportation land use component integration is really kind of serving those demands, which is what we want to see in terms of where those are located. Our dial-a-ride is about the same, again, the demand, but overall we're projected to see a considerable increase in our overall ridership of pre-COVID numbers. That's really kind of the first time we've been able to really evaluate the benefit of our fare-free system too, because it kind of came online in 2018, and then it takes a little bit of a time for people to kind of gravitate towards that. So we're seeing some normalization of the operating environment. So again, these are our increases we're kind of looking at over time of our projected overall system. Again, very encouraging in terms of productivity. Passengers per hour, we're seeing that increase too. So we're filling the seats of the vehicles that we're operating. Think of it that way. As we're operating, we're paying for this service, whether people are on it or not. Now people are filling the seats, so we're getting some more productivity in our numbers. And obviously, again, back to the strategy of moving people and not cars. So what I will do is transition here to Gordon and our summer pilot. And again, Gordon's with LSC Transportation Consultants. Worked on a variety of our studies, both within the town and also within the Tahoe Basin and our neighboring communities as well. So to talk about the summer pilot, we'll talk about the winter pilot, and then alternatives and options.
Good afternoon. Gordon Shaw. I assume you can hear me, or do I need to hold this up the entire time? I hope not.
You can leave it down.
Okay. If you know me, you know that that works. That doesn't work. Okay. If you know me, you know that I come armed with lots of numbers, and I will hit you up here with lots of numbers, but try and keep it kind of high level as we go through this. First of all, and as Alfred mentioned, we're going here is kind of background information and then building up to what it may take to go to like a year-round, town-wide microtransit program. So what can we learn from last summer? We had up to 7 vehicles running around last summer under TART Connect. This was under a separate contractor from the fixed route and the paratransit service. That's called Paratransit Services, Inc. is the contractor. That's a little confusing, but they do the fixed route and the paratransit. And then Downtowner does the TART Connect summer pilot, now currently doing the winter pilot. It was just about $461,000 in contractor costs. That included the vehicles. They provided the vehicles. They provided the fuel. They served from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., just under 20,000 passenger trips over those days, 268 per day, which we were very encouraged by. That was very cool. You can see the vehicle hours and the vehicle miles and so on there. It cost us about $22 for every passenger trip that we served. So we are cognizant of the dollars and how much how effective we can be with the dollars. That was about 4.6 passenger trips per vehicle hour, which is good for a microtransit service. We've got lots of peer data that we could look at. It's less than the fixed route service. One of the things that's important when it comes to is this solving a problem or not is shared rides, particularly since we've got such a big service area. When we go out to Glenshire, as an example, it would be nice to pick up more than one person and bring that one person back in. About 27% were shared between 2 different groups of riders. So one request for 2 riders, another request for 1 rider, that's a shared ride. And we had an average wait time of 10 minutes, 97% were within 30 minutes, so a very high level of quality of service last summer. I will kind of summarize by saying maybe we could have gotten by with 6 or 5 vehicles rather than 7. But in any case, this is what we did last summer. On to the next one. We have lots and lots of surveys, and we had surveys that were done as you took the ride. We had surveys after you took the ride. We did public surveys after that. Just some quick numbers here. Why were people using the service? About 66% for social and recreational trips, 14% for work, 14% for shopping, 5% for medical, and some miscellaneous. That 10 to 10 thing really limited our ability to use it as work trips. So one of the things, I'll get to where we're seeing more work trips in the winter now, it looks like. One of the key things too in terms of how effective this is in taking cars off the road and reducing VMT and so on is how they would have made this trip otherwise. 55% would have used a car or a TNC, Uber, Lyft. It's always kind of disappointing to say 15% would have walked. That's not exactly what we're trying to use this service for. I will say, as a bit of an aside, in South Lake Tahoe, that number is about 40% of the people would have walked, but now they're taking microtransit. So more work to be done on that to make sure that we're actually getting some benefit out of it. Only a 5% would have taken the bus. So one of the things that we're seeing here is that this is a whole different group of people. This is not the people that are taking the other bus services. This is a whole different kind of market. 61% were residents, and almost 90% were either permanent or seasonal residents. Only 10% visitors. I think there's more opportunity there. And then we gave them a 1 to 10 kind of ranking scheme, and 91% said they would rank it at 10. Nobody said less than a 6, and that was probably the grumpiest person in town. So it was a very popular service. Let's go on. In the winter here, this is our winter service area, and the winter service that we're doing right now. We're running 5 vans now rather than 7, and it's costing us more, even though it's less vans, because it's a much longer service. It's about 110 days. We've added a little bit more in terms of service area to the middle school, West River Street, Reynolds Way, and so on. We're starting at 8 rather than 10. Our ridership so far is 22% higher per day than in the summer, so that's something we kind of expected from the other similar services, but it's great to see, even though we have less vans out on the road. Some of that is the fact that those 2 hours in the morning are very popular. In fact, our busiest hour of the day is the first hour, which really kind of argues for maybe we should even back that up to 7 or something. We're getting more shared rides, and this is a little bit of a nuance here of we're kind of squeezing the system down a little bit. There's more demand. The quality of service, I suppose you could say, is going down a bit, that average wait time of 28 minutes, making it less really convenient, but it gives us a chance to have some time to share rides more. So when I get to a slide here about the VMT benefit, that's kind of a factor that we can use to try and get more VMT benefit out of the program. Onwards. Lots of data that will be in the full microtransit report that we'll get out next month on peer systems. And you can see the list there there's 3 different systems on the North Shore that Placer County runs. Ours here is at the top. You can see the green line is our ridership per hour of service in the winter or in the summer. And you can kind of start to see the light greens, how they compare with these other ones. There is the Mountaineer service in Palisades. That is a winter-only service right now. There's South Lake Tahoe started a Lake Link service last summer, moving a lot of people. A lot of them would have walked, but they were moving a lot of people. Jackson, Wyoming has got a service they call the START service, which is right in town there. And then Summit County, Utah has got some microtransit, and Aspen has got a well-established program. They call the Downtowner after the name of the company that runs it there too. So quick kind of scan here, you can really see that in light green that we're doing in the middle in terms of the effectiveness of the program, in terms of the number of people moved. Some are less, some are more. You can see that winter ridership per day, or per hour in this case, is kind of uniformly higher than summer. It's what we're seeing now. You can see the off seasons, the spring and the fall, are a bit less than summer, but not much. It's pretty consistent. So this is really good information for us to look at when we start looking at year round. Next slide, please. I think I may have hit most of these. These other services are also fare free. Most of them go year round. I kind of mentioned the ones that aren't, or they're going to be going year round, like the South Lake Tahoe program has just rolled into a year round program. One of the things we're interested in is how big geographically these service areas are. We're 13.6 square miles. It's big. We're trying to cover a lot of area. And so we end up with long travel times because of that. I mentioned some of those other things there, so I think we can go on. Our costs are basically consistent on like a per unit basis with their costs. Here's a bit of a sobering slide here, because it's easy to look at microtransit and say, wow, we got all these people out of their cars, isn't that great? But there is some math we can do, particularly with the survey data, that tells us by the time we figure out the travel time that people would have made, the travel time of, like if they said they were going to use Uber, well, that's probably an Uber going out to pick them up and bring them back in again. That's about 25,000 VMT that we took off in those 52 days in the summer. We also asked them, okay, are you using this service to connect to like a Placer County or a fixed route bus? And then we took credit for if they went to North Star. Okay, those are more VMT. So that was a little bit more. We'd like to see more, but our total VMT eliminated was about 25,874. It's what the official number came out to be. The sobering number is our vehicles operated about 75,000 VMT. So net, there's 49,000 more VMT on Truckee streets because of these, the microtransit program. Some thoughts on that is as we squeeze the system a little bit, get more group trips, we can start to change those equations more. We've got some ideas too about scheduling the trips so that, say, we will pick you up in Glenshire as an example, because it's quite a ways out there, but we won't pick you up anytime. We'll pick you up within a certain window every hour, so that we have more opportunity to go there and pick up 3 or 4 groups of people rather than one. Then we can start to reduce VMT. The other thing too is that in the long term, we could, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, if these are electric vans rather than fossil fueled vans, that's a lot less greenhouse gas emissions. So just food for thought. There is no free lunch here, and these are VMT that are on the streets. On to the next one. So now we're getting into the nuts and bolts of funding and what a program would look like for a year-round service scenario. And Alfred and Dan and I have gone 3 or 4 rounds on this of looking at different scenarios. But basically what we've done, that one slide that Alfred showed earlier on where we looked at the total revenues and we looked at the things we want to spend outside of this program. So that's the dollars that Truckee gives to Placer County to help fund services between here and the resorts. Long-standing, 25-year standing agreement with Placer County on that. We give some money to Sarah here, who's in charge of the North Lake Tahoe Express program. Not too much, but a little bit. We fund the Truckee Thursday shuttles. We've set aside dollars for that. What am I missing? And we're funding, one of the things that we're assuming that we're doing here, because the math works out, is we're continuing to run the one fixed route bus, because we're getting more people on that. If we took it off, all we'd have to do is put 2 vans on for that one bus. Let's simplify it that way. We're continuing the paratransit program, the 1-van paratransit program that we've been running forever. And that helps people that have, for one reason or another, can't use the fixed route, which is a good thing to do. Also, Americans with Disabilities Act says we have to do it. One of the things, just to dive into the weeds for a second, one of the things that we looked at is how much that van that does the paratransit program can also do microtransit trips. And the planning lingo is called commingling. So it does the paratransit trips, it takes people to choices or their program, but then when it's done with that, it's got some time to go hit the app, just like the other drivers, and say, I can go pick somebody up and take them to the train station or something. And we do think we can get some capacity out of that. That can add into the program, but we're still basically spending those dollars to support that. So what this all means, by the time we do those other programs, we've got about $90,000 left that we could put towards a microtransit program year-round. Our working theory here is that we want to cover year-round, at least during the summer and the winter. What you're seeing here is the result of quite a lot of math on saying, okay, we want to do year-round. We would like to do a longer span of service. To make life easy, you'll see in these scenarios, we kept the hours and the days of the year and so on the same, so that we could really just look at this idea of the area. So this is starting about 6:30 in the morning. Just to get into the weeds on that a little bit, the first bus, or actually the last bus that will get you to North Star before 8 o'clock in the morning start times leaves at 7. So if we're going to get people from various parts of town to the train station to get them there, we need to start earlier than that. It would be great to go till midnight, particularly in the summer and the winter. And we've got a lot of math in here where we go up in the number of buses or vans, and then we can go lower in the evening and so on. But in this case, we are talking about till midnight in summer and winter, till 10 o'clock in spring and fall. Our best math says we could cover all of town with 9 vans. Not the 7 we did last summer. It would take 9 vans to provide probably more of that average of 20 or 30-minute response time. Little number to stick in the back of your head. The area that we're serving now is about 60% of the homes in Truckee. So we're not serving Sierra Meadows. We're not serving Prosser Lakeview, some of the other areas of town. We're hitting about 60%. Picking up that other 40%, that's really where we get to the 9 vans. We can get a lot of ridership. We can get about 250,000 people on the van, or on the overall transit service with this service plan. But it's going to cost us. And we've, on purpose here, put a range on that number because there are so many unknowns. There are things like, if we go back out to the contractors, like the microtransit contractor, it could be that they give us a better deal because it's a 365 service and they don't have to be training people and then laying them off and then training them again, those sort of things. So maybe it could be on the low end of that, or maybe it could be that there are other costs that need to be folded in here. But for planning purposes, somewhere around 1.9 to up to about $2.6 million of additional funds over what's being spent on the transit program now, if that's what the community wants, is 365 townwide. We've got the we set the other end of the bar here. This is our lower service scenario that said, well, that service area is great, but it's more than we can afford. We know from the ridership patterns that a lot of the ridership comes within within the core area. You can see that in blue. If somebody says, why are those lines there? Well, it's you can complain that consultant got it wrong. That is about 3/4 of a mile outside of Donner Pass Road and outside of Truckee Way and the Brockway Corridor. And if we were to do that, again, the same hours, that would cost, we would still get quite a lot of riders, 150 to 180,000 or so, but our numbers go down to about 1.1 to 1.5 million. So that's kind of the lower side. We've got other scenarios in our back pocket that we could talk about. Things like, what if we were to go to town-wide in the summer and the winter, but shrink down to the core? What if we were to cut the hours or move the hours? What if we were to do less winter days? Those sort of things. But that starts to give you at least an idea of kind of the range of things we're looking at. I'll let people at a higher pay grade talk about where that money might come from. But I think that's my last slide, isn't it? Yes. Oh, almost. I wanted to say one more thing about in 2016, 2017, we put together a master plan, a Truckee TART master plan. This was before microtransit was really a thing. We kind of backed into it with a route deviation set of services into each one of the neighborhoods. But it cost us a lot of money to do that. It cost us about $6.2 million. So that was a lot more money to serve all of town under that master plan. But when we look at the overall ridership here between the microtransit and the fixed route and everything of about 313,000 passengers per year, if we pick that higher scenario, we're about 89% of that ultimate number. So we've gotten a lot more cost efficient by employing microtransit than not. Okay, I think I'm there now.
Thank you, Gordon. So some of the things we did want to talk about, just kind of for council to consider is we do have a fleet right now. You'll see on the consent calendar there's a grant going forward. So we are thinking about what that fleet looks like regardless of the kind of system we do operate. It would serve multiple kind of operating scenarios. So things that could in the future bring down this cost is that expanded fleet that would be more nimble and more flexible to serve microtransit, but also serve the existing needs within the town. Melding the microtransit into a single contractor, there's a lot of lead time on this. We did talk about this kind of when we got into the microtransit game about the colors of money and Caltrans oversight and FTA oversight and how that's procured and everything. Excuse me. So that's an opportunity down the road also just for considering looking at what transit does look like in the future, hence the title of the discussion. Again, and looking at how our partners might be able to, I know Placer County, and talking to Jamie and Will, who are counterparts over there, they are also looking at issuing an RFP here that we might be able to have a larger discussion in terms of contracting and procurement of those services. But again, lead times on those are a little bit down the road. They are in the process, but again, some lead times down the road that would have to take into consideration. So as Town Manager Callaway mentioned, there's some questions for work plan discussions, and that is really the kind of the conclusion of the informational part of the item.
Yeah, so just a couple of maybe additional comments that may be helpful for your thought process. As you all know, with transit services, they require ongoing funding. And what we've done with the pilot projects with microtransit, in my opinion, was to kick the tires to see what the community response would be during our peak summer and peak winter periods. There was, in general, a very positive community response to that. So I think a fundamental question as the town, might we want to pursue microtransit as an ongoing service for the entire community going forward or not? If we think that's something we want to explore, Gordon's numbers 1.9 to 2.5 million a year to provide that service. That number could grow as time goes on, because as the popularity of the service increases, you got more people wanting to use the same number of vehicles. What it will do is it will cause that wait time to go up until it kind of gets to a stasis point where things have balanced out. So, year one, maybe it's 1.9 to 2.6 million, but if the service is popular, maybe that 9-van average needs to go up to 10 or 11 or 12 as time goes on. So that's something to be aware of. The main thing to be aware of is if we want to pursue this, we're either going to have to cut other town services or come up with a new revenue stream. $2.5 million a year is kind of beyond what a former council member used to refer to as budget dust, where you can just kind of slip it in. The pilot projects that we've done was really a cobbling together of a lot of different sources of revenue, some that we control, some that we don't. And, every few months going together and trying to cobble money together for an ongoing service is not really a sustainable way to provide an ongoing townwide service. So, I think if we're interested in pursuing microtransit as a ongoing service, what we would suggest is figuring out how to fund another one-year pilot, which is townwide, kind of the service we think that we would want to pursue long-term. Figure out how to fund that for a year, and then have a long-term strategy as to where that additional money's either coming from in the form of new revenue, or where it's coming out of in the form of existing services. So, a way to think about it is, a lot of the good work you've done in terms of curb gutter sidewalk projects, utility undergrounding. If you took all that money and stopped doing that kind of stuff and instead funded microtransit, that's a viable option. It just means that we're reducing services elsewhere. So that from a staff perspective, if we want to pursue this, we think doing, again, a big pilot project for a year townwide is a good first step, and then decide from there, do we want to generate more revenue or cut other services? Or maybe we decide that after that pilot project, we don't want to generate new revenue, we don't want to cut other services, and then that's the end of microtransit in Truckee, at least on a community-wide basis. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dan and Alfred and Gordon. Appreciate all the data and information. So as Jen said, this is kind of an opportunity for council, us to discuss. We'll start, as always, with questions first, then we'll open it up to the public, and then we'll come back and share our thoughts. So we'll start with Vice Mayor Pallavi. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Gordon, Alfred, Dan, everybody. I do have a few questions. So maybe, I don't know if it's Gordon or for whoever wants to take it, maybe Gordon. The VMT numbers were really interesting, right? A little bit more black and white than some of the other ancillary benefits, constraints, other issues that we're sort of trying to figure out during this pilot period. Two that came to my mind were parking demand and overall sort of congestion, right? So I totally agree we can measure VMT. That was really easy. how do we start to grasp the parking demand issue, right? So, for example, downtown, or I was up at the Tahoe Donner Alder Creek Center, right? They're literally using the micro transit as supplementary parking. That's pretty much how they're using it. They have the biggest sign in town on that building. And they're sending emails to their databases every week, right? So I guess how do we is that even measurable? A, and B, where does that get thrown into sort of the pot of boiling water here that we're trying to decide and make sense of?
All the pros and cons.
Yeah.
I will say you hit a good point there, that it probably shows up as a real benefit more in like downtown parking or event parking, where people are, that's a real number. And that's a number we can get to by looking. We've got excruciatingly detailed data, thank you Downtowner app, of the lat and the long of every pickup and every drop off by time of day. We can look at from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock on a Saturday in summer, how many people went downtown. We have survey data about, in general, how they would have traveled. And we can calculate a number of what that does in terms of a benefit to either improving parking or reducing the need for a $50,000 new parking space in the structure. So that is a very positive.
And that's sort of how I'm thinking about it, right? Do we know what point in time on the Saturday of January 14th that Tahoe Donner's Alder Creek Center filled up, right? And then how many trips happened after that, for example, right? And that sort of starts backing me up. But yeah, that's really interesting. And that sort of leads me, I guess, more to some funding questions. So I think this is going to be more to the town. So the 1.1 to 2.6 that we were shown on this slide under the two different scenarios, that is above and beyond our existing transit funding. And so basically what you're telling us is the cost of micro transit should all of the existing services and all of that funding stay in place as is currently in place. The added cost of microtransit is 1.1 to 2.6. We're not talking about deleting any existing services, so there isn't a net in here. This is all just great question. So for purposes of a demonstration project, if we want to staff, so we looked at that. Originally, they're like, we could get rid of fixed route, we get rid of dial ride, go all in on microtransit. If at the end of that, there's two complications. One, there's a lot of red tape because a lot of state and federal money. So to make that a change, it's not quick. Probably couldn't get it done by this summer. It's probably more like another year from now. If we were going to do microtransit. You want to take a break? take a drink, Dan. And I think what I'm asking is, I think I understand what you're saying, right? Is the RFP and the state piece is going to take a lot longer. So you're looking at 1.1 to 2.6. If we want to fill a gap for fiscal 23-24, that's the number that we need to find through a budget process. I guess what I'm asking about is post. Let's say that goes great. We find a way to fund it. Everything is awesome. And we're like, all right, we got to figure out what this thing looks like in future years. That's my real question is, what does that cost is that cost the same or whatever as it grows with a van, or are we going to start to eliminate other services and we're looking at sort of like a maybe 1.5 annual, 2 million annual versus above and beyond? The number would come down if we eliminate other services. Dial ride, in my opinion, would be the first one to look at because that's a different form of a demand response service. The fixed route, if the fixed route hadn't
started doing well in the last couple of years, would have been on the chopping block too.
Okay.
So the answer is can we take existing dollars that are going to existing services and move them to microtransit long term? The answer is yes. And then the question is, which of those services would we want to eliminate and replace with the microtransit? I think dial ride would be a logical one to look at. I think the question with fixed route is a harder question.
Yeah, and that's fine. I was just trying to get an idea for what we're looking at in future years, more from a budget perspective.
And those nighttime route services too were a route that we would look at, because we are at about 3 to 4 years and the productivity is pretty stagnant and pretty low, as we've seen even on having to suspend some of the services.
Okay.
So.
If I could just add one nuance to that is, if we go to year-round microtransit with up to 9 vans, like this scenario here, we will be under the current contract with Downtowner, who provides the vans. That would be about $300,000 a year worth of just van lease costs. We have 2 vans that perhaps we could essentially loan them to bring that down a little bit, but in the long run, we may be able to bring, if we go ahead and use state and federal funds to purchase vans and then give them to the contractor to run them, we could bring these numbers down by about $300,000 a year.
Great. And then I think just my last question for this portion is, I'm assuming that these services, they have source. We know where people are coming from. We know where they're going. Are there models out there that have either source or destination based billing, right? Like things like that. Like, is there a hybrid here where it's not just free microtransit over 33 square miles, 365 days a year for free, right? Is there a model that is a blend of that says, hey, and I'm just going to use Tahoe Donner as my example, like, hey, every ride to the Adventure Center, that's a Tahoe Donner thing. Like, they're using that for their amenities, for their capital, purposes. Like, it's a benefit, and I agree, and it's a benefit to the community, but are there models that are, sort of public-private that include source and destination,
Basically, kind of like Uber and Lyft does.
Basically, yeah.
There's pricing based on trip length.
Yeah. But I'm talking more about destination, right? Like source or end source destination, right? Like we've got the hospital here, right? Like there's value to these private entities. A private entity very much sees value in the services that are being provided by the taxpayers. That's what I'm trying to get at. So is there a model that blends a private and a public funding stream?
Yeah, so I think, if the question is there a way to charge for the service instead of making it free? And there's probably different methods to charge, or different bases with which to charge. I would assume so. I mean, it's partly a policy question of what does the operator of the service want to try to achieve in terms of cost recovery? And then it's partly a technology question in terms of, right now you kind of order the app up, or you download the app, you order a ride, there's no credit card transaction involved. So this would probably include a credit card transaction. I'd ask Gordon if he knows with some of the other peer resorts if they've got a fee-for-service model.
Well, I think I'm hearing a different question, though. I'm hearing more not charging the individual passenger if they get off at the Adventure Center, but if they go to the house next door, it's free.
Yes, you're correct. Okay. I'm asking what you're saying, yes.
But can there be agreements made with entities, whomever they are, to say, we're going to give you service, and in exchange for that, you're going to give us upfront $400,000 a year, whatever that number is. And I will say that in that case, well, first of all, in the first case, there's a lot of federal requirements of you have to treat individuals the same no matter what their trip purpose is, so that would get you in trouble there. But on the agreement side of it, there are plenty of transit systems in particularly resort areas, and I'm thinking of Mammoth Lakes, where the mountain puts about $1.5 million a year into the public transit program so that they can get better service. And in this particular case, there could be a scenario in here that says, here's our core service, but if you want service outside the core service, we will add it to you, we'll give it to you, but here's the marginal cost of providing that service and pay.
That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah,
And
I
Vice
think
Mayor,
that
I think
answers it.
I think it's worthy that we should point out we have funding partners, so the
Right.
hospital does pay
Well, that's
already.
why I'm asking the question, right? Like,
VTT
what does that look
pays.
like going forward?
Right, and then we've been using TSSA money for Glenshire and Tahoe Donner, so they are contributing. It's
No,
not-
I'm
yeah.
fully aware, 100% aware. I'm just trying to understand what the opportunities are to move this forward. But yes, thank you. That's all my questions.
Councilmember Klofstad, questions?
I do have a few. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Gordon, I know you probably don't have this off the top of your head, but something that really sparked my interest. Okay, we have a net VMT increase at this time, which you showed, but yet that's opposed to actual individual cars. You have this projection, or had the projection of a full Truckee route service that was going to cost $6.2 million. What would that VMT be?
Oh, you mean if we went to the old plan? Back
Right.
to the old plan?
Right.
I do know that, well,
Not
I'd
off the
have
top
to
of your head.
calculate that.
That's fine.
Because in some
it would
respects,
be more.
it may well be more, because we would then be on a schedule running trips to Glenshire, whether anybody calls up or not. And now at least we know at least one group of people want to come in or make a trip. So that may well be more.
Okay. That would be fascinating to know if we get to that point at some point. And then also, this whole concept of purchasing the vehicles, that's a capital investment versus a yearly cost. I know we would have to plan for the replacement of those vehicles. I'm very intrigued by that. I would be even more interested in pursuing that if we knew that there was a zero emission alternative, like either an EV or a hydrogen or something of that sort. Do we know if
Yeah,
anything
there's-
like that available?
Yeah, so there's kind of a trade-off between the all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive versus electric right now. We have talked about, the ability to have kind of a diverse fleet where in the winter, we run certain vehicles or even certain times of the year where it's only, it maybe only be needed 15, 20% time of the year in certain areas. So we are pursuing through that grant that you'll see on the consent, the EV right now as it is. So we do think the majority of the time they would be able to operate. And there's certain times, as we saw through the winter period, it doesn't matter what kind of, or the last few storms, it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle we had to suspend the service regardless. So
Right.
that is the transition and the kind of the blueprint and map that we're following right now.
Thank you. And then I understand that getting the cost per person down, one of the best ways to do that is combining rides. What are the other possible ways of doing that? The cost per person, not necessarily the total route or the total cost, but the cost per person.
It would be to increase that passenger per vehicle and passenger per trip.
It's really the only way to reduce that.
Yeah, and one of the things we have seen in the data is, and I think this was mentioned, is that the visitor is a low percentage right now. And one thing we could look at is really those origin destinations or those high density are hotels. Potentially, when we get into that trip purpose and that attraction of those, we could be picking up hopefully 6, 7, 8 people within that party. And that's really, I think, where a lot of opportunity lies right now.
Okay. Those are all my questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie, we'll go to you next.
Can you split out for me, Alfred or anyone, the what types of traffic congestion would be alleviated by this service, expanding the service, and which kinds of congestion would remain the same? Like I'm thinking special events and ski traffic through town are probably not greatly affected, but is there a commute congestion that we have, a daily commute congestion
Well, our typical AM PM peak follows those periods of the work schedules of the 6 to 8, 6 to 9. And with our ridership right now, based on what we're seeing when we start the service, is our highest demand is during that time too. So, we could see a potential to shave off kind of that spike, if you will, to level out the curve. And same thing with the PMP too. If we get that trip in the morning, we would get that return trip in the afternoon, and to focus on those areas and those levels of service time also. Events, as Gordon said, I mean, the benefit of events is people have a destination and one trip purpose, and to increase those trips for that type of purpose also. So, and then, working with our partners in terms of Placer County, and, they're continuing to operate, and their plan is to continue to operate full-size 40-foot buses on our corridors, is to really be that first mile, last mile connection also. And transit really is it's an investment over time. We've just happened to, had the benefit of seeing a really quick response to a service we rolled out. And sometimes, and Gordon can probably speak to this, you won't see some of that responsiveness in 2 to 3 years where you're wondering if a service is working. So a lot of that is to work with our partners also and leverages the services they have as well.
And just to follow up, so the congestion that we hear most about is those massive events like associated with peak ski area activity. To the extent that microtransit gives people an option to get from the neighborhoods to the big bus that will take you to the ski area, there's some opportunity there. The challenge we've got right now is the big bus is sitting in the same traffic as all the cars are. I know Placer County is working on a long-range effort to add transit lanes. So if you had a transit lane that got you to the ski area a half hour sooner, and you had microtransit that got you from the neighborhood to that bus, all of a sudden that starts to significantly drive mode shift. So I see that as an opportunity, but there's other pieces to that puzzle.
Okay. And right now, for going down 89 South, we don't have a comparable park and ride lot like we do on 267. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then on the VMTs, it looks like if we're switching to an all-electric fleet, even with the higher VMTs, we should be seeing a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by the nature of the fleet?
Yep.
Correct.
Okay. With the higher service scenario, would the data gathering then allow you to better identify all the potential for reducing VMT, for increasing ridership and bringing down the cost per rider?
Yeah, it would give you a more complete data set as it relates to kind of year-round usage. And it would do two things. It would give you data to target better, get more surgical on VMT reduction, but also get more surgical on cost efficiency. So identifying, time periods where instead of having 8 buses or 9 buses or vans available, maybe you only need 6, and you could start to kind of fine-tune a long-term microtransit program with a year's worth of data that kind of covers the full set of hours that you might operate microtransit in the future.
I'm also looking at these pilot projects in terms of the effect they could have on the cost of living, not just reducing parking demand, the burden on the town to provide parking or for developers to provide parking, but also on the cost of living for individuals who would need fewer private vehicles for all their family members to get to work. Have you gotten to where you've done any analysis of what the potential savings could be for our commuters?
We haven't done that yet, but I think the point that it makes Truckee an easier place to live without a private automobile is a valid point.
And then my last question was on, can you go back to the map of the core service area, the future one, yes. Maybe it was Gordon who was explaining that essentially you went 3/4 of a mile on each side. Was there anything more to your selection of this route? And I'm comparing it with the current geographical area for our microtransit right now.
Right.
I mean,
Well, to some degree, it is looking at the trip density that we saw last summer, and where we've got the most concentration. And it's also looking at the residential density. It's looking at our ability to serve it really efficiently, so like less than a 10-minute travel time from the corridor, or even less than that. One of the things that picks up is Sierra Meadows, because it was not served last summer, but it is very close to the corridor. So there's a lot of different nuances that we could do to this, but we just wanted to sort of show, okay, if we really wanted to go to year-round, this would be another scenario, and if we really only had something like at most 1.5 million for next year, which is still a lot of money, this is what that service would look like. So I think the bottom line is, if we move forward with this, there would be a lot more tinkering to be done before we get to the final on hours and days and area and everything else.
okay, and then I think we heard that under the existing pilot, we're covering about 60% of homes. Do you know what percentage of homes we would be covering under this map, the core area?
I used to know that, and I don't. It's like 40%, or 30%. It's somewhere in there.
Okay, but we're avoiding low-density areas, well, I guess comparatively low-density areas like Tahoe, Donner, and Glenshire with this service.
Be able to get it down to, I believe it's 5 vans in service.
Okay, what we're trying to do is lower the cost with this.
Yeah, and still be able to say we're serving year-round.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. I think the first one is just, in your experience, maybe this is for Gordon or Alfred, is there a wait time threshold at which you start to see significant declines in people using the service, going from sort of that like 10-minute in the summer to 20 plus minutes in the winter?
It varies by your trip purpose, and one of the cautions about microtransit is, because you have a wait time and you hit the app, and sometimes it's like, oh great, 2 minutes, and the next time it's, oh, it's 20 minutes or 30 minutes, or Jamie's not here, Placer County's not here. I hit the app, I live in Homewood, and I hit the app the other day and it said 120 minutes. So I'm not going to get to work on that service. So you've got a lower threshold if you really need to be someplace on time. That's a long way around and on the other hand, if all you're doing is, hey, we want to go, we're going to meet you downtown for dinner, but we don't really care when, we don't have a reservation, now you've got a lot of flexibility. But that all said, most systems, when you get over about a half an hour, it's like, no, this is not working anymore. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then on funding, if we were to pursue a year-round microtransit service, I mean, I think it's exciting. We've gotten a lot of positive community feedback in the surveys and things like that, but it's also incredibly expensive. Are we engaging with the state, and sort of what does that look like on any of the IIJA or IRA funding? I mean, IRA is a little bit farther out, but some of the packages within IIJA, the energy efficiency conservation block grants, can be used for this type of work, basically.
Yes, and most of the infrastructure money you mentioned is really related mostly to capital dollars. So they kind of rely still on kind of a self-help, or being able to provide, same thing with road maintenance. They'll provide capital dollars to reconstruct a road and things like that, but it still mostly comes back to being able to provide the operational dollars at the local level. So we are continuously looking for opportunities, though, and being able to maybe fund additional services in terms of pilots, but again, it's not sustainable in that sense. But most of that goes to capital dollars.
And I'm assuming that if we pursue this, there might be a partnership opportunity with the county here as well. I was just talking with Supervisor Bullock about transportation among other options this past Friday. So I just kind of want to flag that as we're thinking about different funding opportunities. So less of a question, I suppose. I think maybe just one other question. We're sort of hearing some of this, of like the broader context of just traffic and congestion, particularly around those peak ski times. And Dan, you said, we have some opportunity in that potentially, right? We can get people down into town, but then right now they're just, stuck in traffic in buses potentially to the ski areas. So how do we do better on that? Because that, I think, is crippling our community on key days. And I'll just be honest, like if it was last Thursday, last Friday, Saturday, if you wanted to get from Tahoe Donner down to the ER, God forbid, you're not going to be able to. So it's a life safety issue at this point, the type of congestion that we're grappling with. How do we do better on that? How does this particular solution help us to do better with some of that as well?
So I actually think you're getting into
big question. Sorry.
a question that's a little bit beyond the scope of what the study session is. I think you're leaning more into a conversation about priorities and traffic congestion in general. Maybe this helps to some degree locally, maybe not, but that's a broader question for Thursday.
For when we meet on Thursday. Okay.
Duly noted. All right, two quick questions on, so if I book a ride and two of my friends come with me, so it's 3 people, that's not a shared ride, because if I booked it one trip for 3 people, correct? I'm just
we in the math that I did, I assumed that you 3 people would have gotten in one car anyway.
Okay.
So we took one car trip off the road for that.
Got it. And then would that be counted as 3 passenger trips when we look at the passenger trips?
Yes, it's
Okay.
counted as 3 passenger trips. There's group trips and there's passenger trips.
Got it. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that, yes, we're all counted. And then, Gordon, you mentioned, it's a pretty large geographical area. Has thought been given to having different zones like Placer County does, and would that reduce VMTs because it's just in one zone, or no, because of the nature of our trips, people are going across town more often?
I think in this case, separate zones would just complicate things and make for less efficiency, because now you'd need 2 vans to be able to meet you at the train station, so that you can visit your friend in Tahoe Donner or whatever. We actually looked at that because we can see the trips that go, kind of all the way across town, and they're not very many. So it really is, and it kind of reflects the overall how Truckee grew in our urban form. Is we've got a pretty dense core here to PC2. Is everything is kind of along that core, and then people coming into that area. And there's some exceptions to that, but in general that's the case. So I don't think having separate zones would help. Having, like I mentioned before, having some restrictions on, we're only going to go out to certain areas at certain times of the day or the hour, so that we can get more strategically, we can group more trips, or rather than giving you hit the app and you get a response time now, it's you hit the app in 10 minutes. We'll give ourselves some time to see if we can find some more trips out in your neighborhood, and then they'll tell you when. So there's some strategies to be able to kind of get those numbers up.
Got it. Thank you. And thank you, fellow council members, some great questions. So now we will open it up to public comment. If any member of the public has a comment, you are welcome to go up to the podium. You can leave the microphone where it is laying. Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes, and there's a timer up here. So don't all rush the podium at once. But if anyone would like to make a public comment, just head on up to the podium. Yes, on this specific item.
Hey everybody, is this on? A quick question for Dan. What's the timing on that transit lane for Placer County? I'm going to interrupt you. Yep.
If you have 3 minutes total, so if you have questions, just shout them all at us, and then when everyone's done with public comment, we'll get all the questions answered.
Okay, that's the question then. Colleen Dalton, a citizen, asking the question about the that transit lane that Placer County might be talking about, Dan, between Palisades and Truckee. That's the question. What's the realistic timing on that? Because that is the holy grail question, to Courtney's point, which is that congestion between Truckee and the ski areas. That really is the holy grail.
Thank you, Colleen, and we'll get back to that in a minute. Any other public comments on this microtransit public transit workshop?
Hi, I'm Kim Lowell, and I have so many questions, but on this, I would say, has it ever been presented to Altera and Vail that they may not sell so many passes, or the passes are more expensive, or something changes on their plan? And yes, I love the idea of improving what we have going here as well, but they have to change what they're doing as well so that we can have a sustainable community. That's my question.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions on this item?
This isn't particularly towards transit of like the TART or whatever, but an exit lane to the ski resorts, like a mile before the ski resorts, or it's just an exit lane for that, would maybe be a good idea.
Thank you very much. Any, if you'd like to make a comment too. Any other comments on this item? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Thank you everyone for your comments. And we will bring it here for discussion. Vice Mayor Pallavi, kicking it to you first.
Yeah, I don't know what you're looking for. What do you want? what kind of direction are we providing, I guess, is my question. I mean, do we want microtransit service? Yeah. Do I have ideas where we can get the money? Yeah.
I would encourage you not to ask Mr. Wilkins what he would like.
I'm not, yeah. I won't,
But
trust me.
short of asking that question very broadly, we heard your questions tonight. We really wanted to get you the information, have you start thinking through what you're envisioning for transit. You're certainly welcome to have a conversation amongst yourself, and if there's something we can offer, that's fine. I would say you want to wrap up the workshop portion relatively soon so you can get on to the rest of your council meeting. I know there's other agenda items that people are here for. Yeah. So if you want to have some broad conversation, I'm interested in looking at a broader microtransit program and talking about that on Thursday. That's great. But I wouldn't get too far in the details tonight. That's not what we're looking for.
So to the rest of my council members, I am interested in funding. I do agree with our staff in terms of, having a full year of data, seeing what it does, trying to iron out some of the costs associated with that, and potentially moving towards our own fleet. To me, that's definitely makes the most sense. I believe the future of rural transit is a model like this, and I think this is perfectly suited to our community. I think it brings a lot of benefits. I have identified 2 funding sources, but that will wait to a future meeting, of where I believe we could take $1.5 million in one fell swoop without cutting a single program, to fund a 23-24 program, and I would be open to investigating other potential funding revenue sources beyond that, and I do have an appetite for that as well. So I'll leave it at that I'm not ready to abandon this program. I'd like to see it continue, and I think we can sharpen our pencils and figure out a path forward within our current budget structure with the addition of potential future revenues as well. Is that good enough? Is that good for you guys? Yeah.
That's great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi. And before we get to you, Councilmember Klobstad, we did have a question from Colleen that I said we would get back to. So she had asked about the transit priority lanes that Placer County is working on. I don't know if you have any info on timeline.
It won't be in the next couple of years. I would suspect 5 to 10 years at the earliest if the project is successful.
Thank you. And I will share, I'll provide a little additional color. I do work for Placer County, so exactly what Dan said, it's going to take some time working with Caltrans, CHB, among others, but know that it's in the works.
I'd like to add one more point, and then I'll pass it off to Councilmember Klostad. I'm not interested in mixing this conversation with the larger traffic congestion for ski area conversation. I think they're completely separate. I do not think the conversations belong together other than from a regional TART perspective. And I think that's important for us to keep in mind. Sunny days with good weather and snowfall, like, yeah, it's a perfect storm. And that's the community that we have now built and live within, and have other forces driving things that are completely out of our control. We cannot control Altera season pass sales. That's not something we can spend a ton of capital on. So I just wanted to make sure that I was really clear that, to me, they're very separate conversations. Pass it off to you.
Agreed. Those are separate conversations, and yet, as we can see, they our community sees them as coexisting, and it is definitely an intense issue that we've all been experiencing a lot lately. So, for the benefit of the community, both Vail and Palisades are not in the town limits. They are not even in the same county as us. They are in a completely different county in Placer. We really have no levers of control over their season passes or traffic patterns or any of that. But yet Truckee endures the vast majority of the impacts of that traffic. And it is a struggle that it is an issue that I have struggled with since before I was on council. And conversations do continue. But as you can imagine, they're very slow. But we are not blind to that issue. Let me just be clear. Additionally, I think some of the excessive wait times that we recently had were exactly due to that. People trying to get out to this area or anywhere on 89, and so I think we need to take that into consideration. For trying to mitigate those longer wait times. I also, I think staff has heard this before, but for the benefit of the community, a couple other coloring notes. I use this most often when I have visitors because I don't have a car big enough to put 6 people in. So that's another thing to consider. I'm not making them download the app. I'm going to call the ride myself. So we should be considering that as well. I know I'm not the only one that uses it that way. I also use it mostly to avoid parking. I hate parking in downtown. But given that this means we need to be thinking about, in combination with this, our curbside management program. We need to make it safe and convenient for riders and pedestrians and drivers and everybody else in that mix. So to me, that does deserve to be part of this conversation. The only serving about 60% of our riders, or the 30% if we go down to the core area, I struggle with that. This is something that 100% of our taxpayers support, theoretically, depending upon where we take the monies from. I would like to cover more of the community with this service. And I do think that there's a huge benefit to some of our businesses, some of our other service providers like the hospital and the Parks and Rec, where again, in peak times, this really can offset their impacts for having to deal with parking and traffic issues on their own facility. I mean, the cost of this service versus the cost of parking lots and parking garages is pretty extraordinary disparity. So with that, I do really believe in this program, and I want it to continue. I think our next obvious step is exactly that we do a year-round town-wide pilot program. I too have some funding ideas that are probably best for fit for another meeting, and I really strongly believe that working with and collaborating with the other partners in our community, businesses and districts alike, to help support this service is key to its longevity and sustainability. So with that. Oh, one last thing, Alfred, because it's on consent and I can't talk and I won't talk about it. I'm so excited about the application for the funding programs that you are opening the door to with this item. So thank you very much. You rock.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Can you go to the slide just before this question slide? You just passed. It was one of all the question marks. Right. I agree with my fellow council members on doing the town-wide pilot projects. Really collect the data, get a much better sense of what the participation would be. And so I'm only concerned about the funding. To me, that looks like a lot of money, so it's a matter of figuring out where the money comes from. On a committee, I think a committee's a good idea in part because of what we just heard from the few public comments about how easy it is to confuse what we primarily accomplish with this increased public transportation within the town limits and the problem with ski traffic. I think in terms of the local trailheads, Donner Lake, downtown, the concern mentioned about parking garages by Councilmember Klovstad, people getting the Legacy Trail, the cost of living for our residents, our workers who live here, for all of those things. But it's Transportation Committee could be real helpful in getting a better community sense of how much use public transportation will get. The parking lot here was full when I arrived. I didn't see TART Connect, and I find it hard to believe anyone in this room took TART Connect, but if they raise their hand, yeah, okay. So it's, it's one of those things. I think Alfred has the picture on his wall of the person complaining about why everyone else isn't taking the bus. So we'll address that down the road. But I really am in favor of this project going forward townwide.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I definitely agree with my fellow council members on continuing this for a year. I do think it's important to set the stage that it's as sort of a continued pilot. And I think that expectation is just important because worst case scenario from my perspective would be to do this for a year, discontinue it, whether it's, funding or other issues, not seeing the outcomes we want, and then have the community incredibly upset over that. We were already seeing that after the summer pilot a little bit. I guess where I disagree a little bit is segregating conversations about transit solutions. I think it's really great to have microtransit, but if those vans just then sit in traffic because DPR is incredibly backed up, that doesn't really support our goals. So to me, in order to ensure we're approaching our transit solutions holistically and meeting all of the goals up there that are laid out, I do believe these conversations should be occurring, together or on parallel paths at least. And I, of course, recognize that we don't have jurisdictional authority outside the town of Truckee, but we can still work on partnerships and partnered solutions, just like we work with Placer County and Nevada County, et cetera. I'd also like to see this expanded to areas not served, Prosser and others. We had community feedback about that, and I think it's important that we listen to that and agree on the funding. I have some thoughts as well. So I think a committee makes a lot of sense, and I think we have a lot of excitement around this one.
Thank you very much. So sounds like we've got funding figured out among the three of you. Just kidding. I echo what all of my fellow council members have said. Really appreciate all the work that Gordon, Alfred, Dan, you guys have put in. While the VMT numbers were not what we'd like to see, I appreciated some of the other things that my fellow council members brought up of parking, congestion, cost of living, and the benefits we see from microtransit that are not reflected in negative VMT numbers. So that's important for us to remember. It's not just that one number. So I agree that I think it's really important we do another pilot program, expand it throughout the entire town to cover all of our residents and all of our visitors. I think with that, continuing to manage expectations. I really appreciate, Alfred, your work, I believe, with TART Connect, how we're seeing longer than average wait times, and now I'm getting alerts frequently when that's happening. So that's great. So then you know, okay, I got to book sooner if I'm planning to go downtown at 6 because it's going to be longer. So appreciate that. And that can help if wait times go longer than people are imagining. I also really appreciate Sarah with the TMA is here tonight, because on that regional level, that's a way I know Sarah and her group can help, coordinate communication of, as Dan was talking about, take Tart Connect from Tahoe Donner to the depot to then take the bus to go skiing. And, the more we can do that to help change people's behavior, the better. So I'm excited to keep working on communication and manage expectations and how this plays into a new pilot program as well. So I think you guys have heard a lot from us. Really appreciate all the work, and we look forward to talking with you again soon.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to the next portion of our agenda, and that we have a recognition for Steve Randall is up next. So, Steve, if you would like to join me over there at that podium. And since Steve is retired, and I'm sure you've got lots of important things to do tonight, we've made you sit around for 40 minutes. I will throw it over to my fellow council members if anyone would like to say a few words to recognize Steve before we move on down. Councilmember Klobstad?
Steve, 1985, really. It's been quite a run, and I love what the proclamation says. It's really true. I don't think there's a family in this community that you haven't enriched, and that is truly, truly something to be proud of. That on top of all the amazing new facilities that you've brought to our community, we are indebted to you in your service. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Henderson.
I'll just say congratulations, well deserved. Your fingerprints are all over this town, and we're so fortunate that they are. As Councilmember Klovstad said, you've enriched so many lives and brought joy to so many people in this community, and that legacy will continue. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Steve, I always enjoy seeing you, and I really enjoy the conversations we have. Your basketball prowess is something for all of us to admire, which I get to watch from upstairs in the rec center. Very happy to see that you're going to stay around and you're going to be still available to share your wisdom and your dry wit with the rest of us. You still have a lot to contribute, and I hope to be able to rely on your sound advice.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
First, congratulations to Sven. You've got big shoes to fill, and thank you to Steve. Everybody said it. You've left your mark. You've built a very robust programmatic and facilities all throughout the Park and Rec department, and you've been really responsive and available, whether it was the Donner Lake, the piers, and the garbage over there, whether it was dog park issues, disc golf course issues. Every time you're like, yeah, let's just get together and talk it out, everybody, and you've been an extremely consistent voice of reason, I think, within all of those disparate interests, as we all get to see in our roles up here. So thank you for your professionalism, calmness, demeanor, and leaving the mark that you have. It's really, truly remarkable. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I echo what everyone said. I really enjoyed a few months ago now, we were on a tour with Nevada County of the regional park and talking about the future library and just the historical perspective you brought to everything at the park and how different things happened and where this came from is incredible. So it's great that you will still be around so we can still tap into that wealth of knowledge. And then, reading that proclamation, some of my favorite things that I love to do in Truckee of playing broomball, taking my kid to swim lessons, going to music in the park is all thanks to you. So it's just incredible the impact you've had on our community. So thank you for that. And with that, I would just say if anyone else wanted to say any words about Steve before we close out this item, I'd welcome and invite you to head to the podium. And here's a man of few words. Surprised he's headed to the microphone.
How many words per minute in 3 minutes? We on? Steve, Ted Owens, I just wanted to say I've worked with you in various roles through the years. It's always been a pleasure to work with you. You are always so positive. It is true, your fingerprints are all across this place, and I think of the history of Bill Rose, as you well know. And one of the driving factors in honoring that young man who died tragically was creation of safe places for children to play. And you have done that throughout this community, and safe places for adults to recreate as well. What I admire most about Steve is his ability to find resources, meaning money. And always the magic seems to happen. I don't know how he's done it, but you might want to consider maybe offering your experiences up to microtransit because you are so good at it. And I'd like to thank you personally and on behalf of the community that you've touched and served so well through the years. You really have done a super job. I'm very pleased to be here with you this evening. Go pickleball.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, how about one more round of applause for Steve for his many years of service? Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to our next presentation item. We have Erica Mertens, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Program Manager, and Braun Roberts, our Public Information Officer.
Good evening. So Erica and I are here today to just give you a bit of an update on our community engagement. We're going to do a little bit of a introduction of our new division, then you'll hear a little update from me and Erica, and then about our community communication survey and the outreach we have planned for next month. So both my position, the Communications Program Manager, and the DEI Manager positions came out of the Council priority of enhancing communication and public outreach to facilitate community cohesion. After the pandemic, we saw that we wanted to do more communication, and my role became full-time in January 2022, not just to continue that communication, but make it more robust and more meaningful. A number of the Council priority work plan items actually were more about investigating hard-to-reach populations that we may not be connecting with in a really meaningful way from our current communication strategies. It was from these work plan actions that we saw that there was a need to really build meaningful relationships and identify who the underserved populations are and how we can actually support them in a more meaningful way. So that is how Erica's position began in October. So it is my goal as the Communications Program Manager to build a division that is credible, consistent, and transparent, and a source of information for staff, council, community partners, the media, and the public. The key goals of my program are to promote town services and information to our community about, the projects we have going on, the decisions that you make up on the dais. To foster town-wide communications rooted in the Truckee way. This means that we don't want any surprises. We want the community to be involved in all the decisions that we make. This is a complete cultural shift for our staff, so it takes quite a bit of time for them to have that communication lens on every project they're thinking about. So that's a long-term goal that we're continuing to work on. To develop and maintain strong relationships with our community partners and community groups and other stakeholders to promote collaboration and further reach. As we said, with the pandemic, we saw a huge benefit of working together and having a unified message, and that continues today. And there's lots of opportunities where we can utilize each other and see how we can reach different audiences that we all have. Also, to strengthen internal communications and improve employee engagement, all of our employees have an opportunity to be advocates and to help with any misinformation or to just tell the community about the things we have going on. So if we can improve our internal communication, they become communicators for us. To also foster strong relationships with our media partners. If we can give accurate and timely information to our media partners, they can then tell our story for us in a more efficient way. We also can look at better advertising opportunities and also check-ins with them, because our community is going to them for information as well, or telling them the issues they might not tell us. And also to formalise communication processes. This creates a clear internal structure which will promote consistency and clear guidelines for staff in relation to protocols. Ultimately, I need to identify the gaps in our current communication strategy and implement changes to better connect with all community members. And that's where Erica comes in, as well as just being aware that communication strategies, social media platforms, and our community continue to evolve, and we need to as well. So the purpose of the communication plan is to create a clear and concise structure and direction for the town's evolving communications program that is based on stakeholder input, research, and industry standards. So I started this when I first got into this role and really started to research and collect data to see what we have going on and where it's going to go. I surveyed a lot of our divisions and met with our different division heads about what their services are, what their stakeholders are individually. They all have different people they work with. They have different community partners they work with. Our community goes to different divisions for different reasons. I also sat down with all our council members to talk about their vision for the communications department and their priorities. I connected with other PIOs and other community partners around their communications and their preferences for how we communicate with them. I met with our media partners to understand how they want to receive information and to see if there's an opportunity for us to have quarterly meetings and discuss, things that are going on with the town that they want to cover upcoming. And then I've been able to research industry standards and connect with other PIOs all around the nation. One of the key components of the information gathering process is community outreach. I wanted to do some in-person workshops and events, as well as a community survey. I decided to pause that effort, knowing that we were going to hire a DEI manager, because we could see that two of those positions could do that together in a more meaningful way. So I paused that, and then this is where Erica and I are today. So despite pausing that, I was still able to continue to build on our community efforts with social media, the development of the Talk from the Town newsletter, and some in-person initiatives. We have 11.2 thousand followers on Instagram. It's our biggest platform, and we get some significant engagement from our community on that. We've started to do a lot of in-person events. This year we did the business breakfast with Kat. We did the Code Red initiative at the Golden Oldies that Park and Rec put on, and many different booths all over the place. So we're trying to do more and more in-person events. Also, continue to build on the communication within our departments and with our divisions. So I've been going to the division meetings, and we've created a communications committee so that everyone can represent different divisions and create the content with me. And I've been able to support some priority initiatives, including TART Connect, the Truckee Home Access Program, and Code Red. And another huge priority has been to strengthen our collaborative relationships with external stakeholders and continue to work on that and identify outreach opportunities. As an example, Tahoe Donna has their magazine that they put out and have a huge subscription to, and we've been able to put stories in there about short-term rental updates, general plan, reach codes, TAR Connect, all sorts of things that their audiences will want to know about. I've been able to connect with our media partners more frequently so that they're coming to me to get requests from staff, which just makes the whole process flow better. And also being able to connect with Truckee Tahoe Radio, Moonshine Inc. and Sierra Sun, and having them all be receptive to having regular meetings. One of the other big projects that has been on my list is the new website and the implementation of this in conjunction with a branding proposal. So I've been working with SDBX Studios on the information architecture, and we are really close to getting that sorted to know how we're going to navigate this new website, and that's going to be a huge resource for our community to get information. The RFP for the website is currently out, and the RFP for branding will be out later this week. I'm hoping to develop a menu of communication options and a process that can help us determine which tools and engagement options are best for each situation. This is why the work that Erica and I are doing is so important, and our community survey and outreach will be pivotal to understand where we go.
Thank you, Braun, for setting that stage. I'm going to just kind of take a step back and talk about why do we need an equity lens and what the heck is an equity lens anyway. If you think about, as we go through life, we wear different glasses. Maybe we have corrective lenses for your eyesight, or when it's sunny out, you have sunglasses. Similarly, we really want to look at the work that we're doing through an equity lens at all times. And what that really means is looking at where there are disparities, where are there people that need more help, and making sure that we are doing the best we can to address those with equitable solutions in order to have the best outcomes for the entire community at large. So the bottom line is really, how can we as the town provide the best services for everyone in the community, not just certain subsets. So from a, again, high level, the goals of the DEI program, or diversity, equity, inclusion, is to enhance community engagement. As Braun has been saying, that's really pivotal, and we're working closely together. Again, serving all community members. We recognize that in our outreach and in my time at the town, I've not a stranger to trying to reach out to different groups, and I think we've recognized that we are often serving the English-speaking community, and there's certain members who will come, but that we need to meet people where they're at in order to understand what's important to them, but also to provide information. So I've been working hard to build meaningful relationships, build bridges with some of these communities, such as the Hispanic, Latinx population, youth, seniors, unhoused, people with disabilities, LGBTQ+, and other underserved groups. This is certainly not a comprehensive list, but an example of some of the community groups that we're really trying to target. Currently, a couple of the examples of pilot programs that I'm helping to conduct outreach with is the TART Connect. Obviously, you heard a lot about TART Connect earlier this evening. I've been working with many of the multifamily complexes to make sure that that information is getting out to the tenants. As we know, many of the people who live in multifamily complexes are less likely to have their own personal vehicles, so a service like TART Connect is that much more important. I've also been working with the police department on the automated license plate readers outreach, and you'll be, again, hearing more about that later this evening. But working especially with the chief to ensure that there's been conversations with the Hispanic and Latinx population, as that sensitive topic really resonates with that group. Similar to the work that Braun did leading up to some of her communications plan, I've been meeting with you, council members, as well as our internal department heads and division staff, and many other stakeholders. You'll see some on the next slide, and that's really to help inform the work that I'll be doing long term, as will be identified in the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Action Plan. So similar to what Braun was speaking of, this will really outline strategies and programs in order to best achieve the goals that we set out. So what we're here to talk to about this evening is also the launch of our community communications survey. And what this is serving two-prong. One is, how do people want to receive information? And two, what information do people really care about? Braun mentioned earlier some of the kind of groundwork that she already laid out before I joined. And I'm going to talk about more of the process that we're undergoing now. So we've been in heavy feedback and input stage since really December or before, to gather input from other community partners on the draft survey, the type of questions we're asking, making sure we've got a sensitivity to the community members, making sure we're not overlooking anyone, and then the survey we will launch in February. And this is going to be, of course, going through some of the traditional online methods, but we'll also be conducting some paper surveys. And finally, we will be doing this as a multimodal process. So we'll be holding many in-person events to get that really important qualitative information through real one-on-one conversations. So some of those events I'll discuss on a later slide, but that is really to make sure, again, like Braun has mentioned, that we're going to people, changing the venue, and not just expecting people to come to us with the feedback and information that we're seeking, but that we are then reaching people that we historically may not have in the past. So this is not a comprehensive list of our partners, but these are some of our partner agencies and organizations who we have had recent conversations with. One of the groups that's not represented graphically is the Promotores, and they have been really, really pivotal for us in terms of providing feedback for our Hispanic Latinx population. Previously, Braun had met with Kat. We've all of the agencies that are listed here, we've met with in the last couple of weeks. So it's definitely a busy time. And also, again, meeting with many of the mobile home park and multifamily complex property managers as we are scheduling events with them. So speaking of events, these are some of the sample of in-person events that we'll be holding next month. Some of them still in the works, but all of the schedule will be available online on the Town of Truckee website. So just to touch on it, the multifamily complexes, like I said, Coldstream Commons, Truckee Pines, Donner Creek Mobile Home Park. Some of the family events that we're working with is working with Kid Zone and the Truckee Library. Some of the business events we'll be doing either speaking or attending at Good Morning Truckee, Rotary, and the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. We've got the senior events, of course, Golden Oldies, and the Senior Center Coffee breakfasts. So again, this is not a full comprehensive list, but we are going to be really hitting the ground to capture information from people. So we'll have a mix of both qualitative and quantitative information at the end of the survey outreach period. And that's pretty much it. We will be, again, launching next month, and the survey will be posted on the Town of Truckee website if folks would like to take it online.
Thank you very much, Erica and Braun. And we'll go back to our normally scheduled presentation flow where we'll go to the next presentation now and then come back for questions and then public comment. So if any council members have questions, write them down so they don't forget them. And Bob will invite you to come on down. Up next, we have Robert Womack, Emergency Services Coordinator, presenting on the LADRIS? LADRIS. I knew I was going to mispronounce it. LADRIS.
Quite a few different ways in the last. Okay, so yes, LADRIS.
Mike.
Thank you. I'm so used to working without a mic. No safety net. LADRIS is a local to Nevada County company. And we're going to talk a little bit about them and what they do for the town. But kind of one of their catchphrases is preparing for evacuations through AI-powered planning analysis. And this is the future. It's already here. It's been here for a while, but they're really kind of moving forward on this. Just a little history on them. They incorporated in Nevada County, where both their founding team were born and raised on the west side. Their CEO and their chief technology officer are both graduates of Nevada Union and went to Berkeley, where they kind of were studying this idea of AI to drive modeling in the climate realm. In 2021, I was introduced to them through a Firewise community member. We started talking, and I actually spent a bunch of time working with them, their software, trying to figure out, what kind of things they could actually do. I would say very similar to what we found with Zone Haven. They had a great idea, but they had no idea how to really kind of make it work. So we were able to work with them in that. I worked with also Truckee Fire on that. In 2022, they were live by that point, and we were using it for different planning efforts behind the scenes just to kind of get an idea. We've been working really hard with them to try and verify the numbers they find, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. And then in 2023, they're now moving on, and they formed a partnership with SWCA, which is a climate action company. They do all sorts of planning surrounding primarily what we're looking at is community wildfire protection plans, and they're working with Truckee Fire, and we're going to talk about that. But that's become kind of the sphere they've gotten into, which merging those two companies is going to be really, I think, produce a great benefit where we can look at modeling, fire behavior, and on-the-ground type situations to help us put it all in one piece, which is what we've kind of been missing. So I'd like to say local roots, statewide success, and they talk about us being a valued partner. I'm going to explain more what that means in the next slide. But really, the two of us have gotten together. I would say we were probably one of their first really agencies that were working with them. The county joined up with them in an actual contract sooner, but that was just the way things worked out for the county. We kind of came on a little bit later with a contract. And so we and Truckee Fire are now working with them in a contract for the next 3 years, actually 2 now, for $5,000 a year. To give you a feel for that, because we were a beta tester and valued partner, that's normally $75,000 a year. And so I said, that just doesn't work for us. And we went back and forth, and I reminded them that Truckee really did help them. Measure T is funding that for the next couple of years. So although we hold the contract, Measure T is actually paying for it. It's a per scenario kind of business, and I'll show you a little bit about that in a second. But what normally probably would have been 1,000 or 2,000 scenarios a year, they're letting us run as many scenarios as we want right now. Part of that is they're doing that with SWCA and the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. So as a part of the overall picture, that Community Wildfire Protection Plan is going to discuss a little bit about evacuation routes, which routes work, which routes based on fire behavior need more fuels modification done to them. So that'll be, we're going to kind of twist all that together to hopefully come out with a much different product than we've seen in the past. Just to show you a little bit of what they do, these are just PDF reports. You'll never be able to read the small stuff. But the big thing is, and kind of one of the pieces that's still missing in all this, if you look on the left, if you're facing the screen, at 30% occupancy in Tawadana, or 1.8 vehicles, we're trying to move about 3,600 vehicles. Takes about 47 minutes to evacuate the whole subdivision. Most people immediately say that's impossible because they look at last weekend and they say there's no way. And I would agree, if we tried to do that, that's exactly what it would look like. But if you put everybody on the freeway, that changes the dynamic greatly. That also assumes that there are no blockages or anything like that, and we'll roughly talk about that in a moment. But transition to the right side, if there's 51% occupancy and 2.8 vehicles, then it's just under about 9,500 vehicles. We almost double that time to 78 minutes. Where I'm going with this, big thing we're missing is we really don't know what the occupancy and number of vehicles are up there. We know, based upon some studies we did a couple of years ago, that it varies between 30 and 50%, low to high. 50% was 4th of July. Low is, typically any of the other weeks other than that one. It's not quite that bad, but it does get low. Again, 1.8 vehicles, 2.8. We really have a hard time counting vehicles. That basically was, we're going around and hand counting vehicles in driveways and trying to get an idea just how many vehicles were up there. But we don't know without doing that level of work, and even then it's a fairly hard guess. Just to throw this in here, because I was running these scenarios last summer, if we tried to evacuate the entire town, which we use the factor of 26,000 vehicles, that's basically census data. Census is saying 1.8. I think most of us believe there's more than 1.8 vehicles at most houses here. So that's just a rough number. That's the one we use. 3 hours and 9 minutes is worst case. 1 hour and 47 minutes is average. Again, no blockages, both ways on the freeway open. Now, what's funny or kind of enlightening is if you block one side of the freeway, it doesn't double it. It actually increases it by about 10 or 15 minutes because there's enough carrying capacity on the freeway. Nice thing is, this is like the 4th or 5th program I've looked at, and they all come up with about the same numbers. So, we kind of get a pretty good feel that at least the programs are running right. We asked them about South Tahoe last year. We said, look, we heard a lot longer numbers. Well, yeah, they tried to funnel them through one intersection in the middle of downtown casinos. Again, mouse hole on the freeway or on 89. Those kind of things do cause you an issue. What's really great about this program, and this is where the real benefit for us is, it took me 12.39 seconds, so 12 and a half seconds to run any of these scenarios. That means I can run them live real time. That is not something we've been able to do in the past. These take super computing powers. That's why it's $75,000 a year, because it costs a lot of money for them to buy time on computers to be able to do this. And that's why it's so hard to find somebody that can actually run these kind of scenarios. So, as I said, Ladris, very similar to other programs we've used. Much faster, can be run real time. We can run by zone haven zones to predict individual zone times. So I happen to run west end of Donner Lake, 33 minutes, worst case, 2 vehicles per resident. So, we can drill it down to that level. Again, if we know what the numbers are to put in. We used about 900 cars in that run. I'm guessing that's pretty close in the summer to what is down there without visitors to Donner Lake, without people on the piers. That's just cars and residents, because again, we don't know how many cars are there. And that's where the second blank is. We don't know what we don't know. We use best guess. We certainly don't know day trippers. And day of road incidents can really greatly change evacuation times. Where this becomes really important is if we know something is encroaching on a subdivision, we can figure out how much lead time we need before we absolutely have to pull the trigger and try and move 13,000 cars out of Todd Honor or something similar to that. Going forward with the program, Ladris can actually, and I'm still learning to do this, it is a little bit complicated, but we can close and redirect traffic on roads so that we can build scenarios that are even more realistic to what we see. So we can close one route out of Todd Honor and see what that does. That one seems to have a fairly big impact. Freeway has the room, Todd Honor not so much. But we can close the freeway. We can block one lane. We can do contraflow. So we could see what it would be like to use 2 lanes coming out. Downside of that, of course, is we have a hard time getting emergency vehicles in. But we can look at those different things using this program. So it's really become very beneficial to us. And then marrying this up with SWCA will really help us drive this forward to seeing fire behavior and modeling working with our traffic modeling, so long as we know what the inputs are. And that's the real key right now that we struggle with in town. So I put questions. I realize we're not doing that. Sorry. So we'll hold them and I'll hang out for the questions.
Thank you so much, Bob. And we'll go right to Jen for the town manager report.
Great, thank you. Just one update from me, and then I'm going to ask Danielle to give you an update on the general plan, conversation and adoption timeframe. So the update I wanted to share, we have a bit of a public safety theme going on this evening with some of our presentations and then discussion items. So a reminder that our annual Code Red test will be completed on February 1st by Nevada County Office of Emergency Services. You can sign up for Code Red. If you're not signed up, you can find information on truckeepolice.com or readynevadacounty.org. But just a reminder that that test is going out, and we are still remaining highly focused on emergency preparedness at all levels, whether it's wildfire, winter weather season, whatever the issue may be. So with that, Danielle, do you mind taking it over for general plan?
Great, thanks, Jen. So when we were last in front of council, it was October, and we had finished up sort of our last discussions on the elements. And then following that, the staff were working with our consultant to pull together responses to comments. With that October meeting that we had, we told council that we would get in front of the Planning Commission for our adoption hearing in February and to council in March. We have missed that time frame for a number of reasons, but in part because our consultant did not meet their deadline. We've now been working really closely with them to get back to a time frame that we think is reasonable, which unfortunately has pushed us out a month. So we're looking at a March 21st hearing date for the Planning Commission and an April 11th hearing date for council. We do, as of today, have all of what we call our admin final drafts of everything. So responses to comments for the EIR, the entire revised 2040 general plan that includes all the amendments that we've talked about up to this point, and the downtown plan. So because we have all of that and Jen and I are diligently going through everything, we think this is a reasonable and actual, tangible adoption timeframe. So we are committed to this. We don't expect to have to tell you that we're going to change this time frame from this point forward. So that's where we're at.
Great, thanks, Danielle. That's all the updates we have. We are building in time with that to make sure we're able to publish the materials in enough time for the Planning Commission in the community and, of course, the council to review those. So that's a little bit of the delay as well.
Right, and part of our goal is to just get stuff published as soon as we're comfortable saying it's a finished product. So once we have those available, we'll make sure we do all the notification for that too.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will go to council member questions. Council member Henderson, we'll start down there. Any questions for any of the last three presentations?
I don't think I have any specific questions. I want to say just thank you for all of the work. Seeing some of the simulations and just what that looks like is really incredible. So sort of understanding for our community what an asset that is. So Bob, thank you for that. And I think on all of our DEI work and communication work, I mean, it's really ramping up in exciting ways. So I'm thankful for all of the work there as well.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
Yeah, this question for Bob. I'm curious about the facts and assumptions you use to generate the output, and I guess that's where my greatest concern is. And I see where a lot of the physically the quantifiable things are in there: occupancy, number of vehicles, I suppose road length, the grid. You have the grid figured out, number of lanes, distance, and all of that. Does this AI analysis include anything along the line of human behavior or other less tangible things that could affect an evacuation?
Well, I would say there's two big things at the program that we can adjust. And we adjust them we're actually doing also a research study with South Dakota University to try and get a better understanding of how people behave in evacuations. There's other studies that have been done, so we have some of that information. But it's how many people will leave and how long it will take them to leave. And those also are a huge factor because it's the number of vehicles you put on the road over amount of time because you don't congest the road quite as bad. It used to be that we saw high numbers, 80, 90% people leave. We saw in a couple of fires last year less than 20% leaving. And so that behavior is very concerning because that's the road will be clear, but we're going to have people that are going to suddenly need help at the very end. So those are the two things I would say, human behavior that we can change in this program. And it's really based upon knowledge of boots on the ground as to how people will behave.
Okay, but the program does allow you to put that information in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just add in, Bob's being a little bit modest with our partnership with the university. He reached out, or the university reached out, because we are kind of leading in this area. You've dedicated a lot of resources to emergency preparedness. It's a council priority. Bob has a lot of interest in this area and expertise, so he's actually been asked to help co-author this article that the professor is working on as we are learning more about behaviors here in Truckee.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes.
All right, over here. Questions, comments? Councilmember Glibstad?
I agree with Councilmember Henderson. Great work here. This is really exciting. I know a lot of the community has incredible angst about exactly this topic. If something happens, how do we get out? I can't tell you how many times I've had that question. I looked and there's nowhere where it tells me what my evacuation route is. And it's like, yes, that's because it can vary greatly depending upon the circumstance. And this is what's really going to help us inform that. So thank you so much. I feel safer already. I still would like to see a lot of fuel management done too at the same time, but we'll get there, right? I do have one question for Erica Mertens, if she can. Oh, there you are, all the way to the other side. I know that there has been some work done on, well, they call it JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion in the west side of Nevada County. Are you collaborating with any of those jurisdictions? I know Grass Valley, Nevada City, and the county all adopted some version of that resolution.
You're actually going to have a chance to have this conversation on Thursday. My understanding in talking to Supervisor Bullock is there was maybe a bit of a pause with that group. They're reconvening again. So I have asked that Erica and the town get reintroduced to that. Actually, I believe that at least Nevada City or Grass Valley did not adopt or formally adopt the JEDI. If you recall, it was a year and a half ago. I think we brought it back to the town to issue a letter of support. We, Braun, Erica, Hillary, and I have been talking about, it started out a conversation with bringing that JEDI statement to the council to see if you wanted to adopt that officially, because we just did a letter of support, and then wanted to have a more of a conversation during a retreat about, do you want a conversation about just in general our mission statement and what should be included versus just adopting what the county adopted. So that's on the table to discuss on Thursday.
That sounds great.
I'll just quickly add, though, that we are, I am collaborating with some cohort in South Lake Tahoe and some of the folks there that are doing similar DEI work, or the ad hoc staff doing DEI work around the basin.
Great. And then obviously, as we all heard this evening, we have some real community concerns around some of our residents. They are fellow residents of ours, and I'm really looking forward to finding ways to help support that part of our community. Thank you for your service and your attention to this.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for all the work. This is really exciting to see and learn more as you continue to study all of these different things. And Erica and Braun, really appreciate your forward thinking and putting us out there and ensuring we're reaching all the community members. So thank you. And then Danielle and Jen, I know you guys are working hard on general plan too, and Jenna, so kudos. All right, with that, I would open it up to public comment on the presentations, the last three presentations. Any public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. So that concludes our presentation portion of the evening. Thank you, everyone. And with that, I know we typically take a break around 2 hours. Did we want to take a break, or we want to go through consent calendar? All right, we'll charge through to consent calendar, and then we'll take a break before our discussion items. So next, we have the consent calendar. We have item 7.1, minutes of the December 13th, 2022 and January 10th, 2023 regular town council and redevelopment successor agency meetings. Item 7.2, the short-term rental software change. Item 7.3, the California State Transportation Agency, CalSTA, Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. I'm not going to read the acronym, grant application authorization. Item 7.4, claim for damages against the town of Truckee. And item 7.5, the Truckee Home Access Program guidelines revision. Are there any council members that wanted to pull any items? Nope. Any staff? Are there any members of the public that wanted to pull a consent item? Seeing none, I would bring it back here. Any motion?
I'll move we approve consent.
I'll second.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. That passes unanimously. All right, with consent calendar over, we will take a 10-minute break and return with our discussion items. the meeting back to order as soon as I turn my microphone on. And we will move to our next item on the agenda, which is the contract award for flock safety. And I believe we have Chief Renfro and Lieutenant Vickers who will be presenting tonight.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, good evening. Tonight, as you say, we will be presenting on flock safety, LPR, and I have Lieutenant Kyle Vickers, who is in the so-called hot seat tonight, so he will be presenting. Also with us tonight, we have Hector Solomon. He's from Flock Safety. Hector, if you want to introduce yourself real quick.
Yeah, my name is Hector Soliman Valdez. I am a community engagement manager with Flock Safety. I'm happy to be here tonight. Learned a bunch earlier on the night, so happy to answer any additional questions that you may have on Flock.
And Robert Womack, he'll have a speaking piece as well, just one slide. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay, I'm just going to dive right into it. So this presentation is obviously for Flock Safety's ALPR system. We're going to talk about some of the benefits to this system and particularly why we're looking at it here, and to address obviously some of the public's concerns regarding privacy, which is at the forefront of our mind when we really started looking at all these kind of different systems to see what ways we could alleviate some concerns. So we're going to dive right into it, and I'm going to do my best to not read word for word off PowerPoints. That's my least favorite thing on the planet, so I'm kind of just going to make this a little free-flowing. So this first part is, what is this technology? How does it work? And I'm just going to do a quick overview of really what this is. So they're solar-powered, high-definition cameras. They're relatively small. They fit. They're probably about the length of my hand. Why we liked Flock's product as opposed to other companies that were out there were for our environment up here, particularly winter and cold weather environments. It posed some issues with some of the other vendors when we tested their product. So Flock system in itself come with what they call penguin packs unofficially, and what they are is they're self-heating, and they prevent snow buildup and ice buildup on the product, as well as their solar panels. So some of the issues were obvious snow buildup on a solar panel, which would bring the system down. So we saw that firsthand with some of their competitors' products. What these cameras do, they're activated by motion vehicle, not people, vehicles. They don't capture people. So if you or I were to walk past one of these cameras, it would not take a photo of us. It's not facial recognition. It doesn't recognize anybody if a person happened to be in one of these photos, and to be able to distinguish who they are. That's not what this system is. And what accompanies this Flock Safety system, which is probably the most beneficial part of this, is the data analytical platform that comes with it. I'll go a little bit more into that in the next slide. I'm going to direct everyone's attention to the right side of the screen here. And again, it just kind of shows you what that camera is. It also shows you a good example of the photo that it takes. So what you'll notice is that the camera has oriented itself in a position to take the best photo possible of a license plate on a vehicle. This is license plate recognition. It is not a license plate reader to the effect of something like a red light camera that takes photos of people in violation of crimes, to where it recognizes who that vehicle is registered to and then sends a ticket in the mail. That's not what this is. When it's license plate recognition, again, it takes a photo of a vehicle and really emphasizes with the clarity of the photo of that license plate. And we'll get into the reasons of why that's important. So in each one of these photos that's captured, you can see that the plate is clearly put out there. It recognizes the make of the vehicle, the color, the timestamp of when that photo was taken, and how many times it was seen in 30 days. That 30-day figure, again, we'll talk about here in a moment as to why that's important. So moving on. Here's a little snapshot of just what that analytics shows. So one thing I noticed as a theme tonight, whether we were talking about microtransit or Bob's presentation on his modeling, is the unknown amount of vehicles factored into whatever problem that we are trying to solve, whether it's what are the peak congestion times, I think I heard was a question on microtransit earlier, or how many vehicles are on a roadway in Tahoe Donner. We just don't have that data right now, currently, as we sit here today, to answer those kind of questions. What these cameras serve as well is a car counting system. It will show how many vehicles pass by one of these cameras and whatever length of time that you want to set. So if we're trying to figure out, in theory, how many vehicles entered or exited Tahoe Donner over the course of a holiday weekend, so long as we have cameras positioned at the entry points, we can really isolate that data, figure out how many vehicles did travel into Tahoe Donner. You can even isolate it into unique plate reads, which means it also takes into account a car that may have entered Tahoe Donner and left Tahoe Donner, and it won't count it twice. It'll say, no, these are the amount of unique vehicles. So that kind of counting is what this technology also brings here that benefits far more than law enforcement. And before we get into the public safety concerns, I just want to address, just while we're here talking about this kind of analytics that just brings raw numbers, it's totally separate from a photo. It doesn't provide you a photo of all the vehicles of this big total number. It doesn't show every license plate of how it got to 10,000 vehicles that maybe went into Tahoe Donner. It just gives you the raw data, and it totally anonymizes it to the point where it alleviates any kind of privacy concerns with that data being shared or used for public safety planning purposes. So this is kind of the dashboard that you see, plate reads, the amount of searches, hot list features. I'll talk about all these terms and what they are, but the analytics for this software, this system is truly what kind of put it above the rest. So again, we're going to talk about what is this technology. It's license plate recognition. I talked about what that was already. It gathers objective evidence and facts about vehicles, not people. So the emphasis of these cameras are for vehicles. It's not to capture who's in a vehicle. In fact, these cameras are oriented in a way that, and there's no technology in these cameras to even enhance the interior vehicles to even try to get photos of people. That's not the purpose of this. These cameras do alert police to wanted vehicles. So essentially what it does is, in the state of California and nationwide, there's many wanted vehicle system databases. One that's very popularly known is the stolen vehicle system in California. If someone steals my car or your car, you make a report to the police. You provide them that plate information for that vehicle. The police come out and do a very initial investigation, say that this person's report is truthful or there's a factual basis behind this reported stolen vehicle. That plate gets entered into the stolen vehicle system and goes into a database. So what this product has the ability to do is with each vehicle that passes by and it recognizes a license plate number, it cross-references every vehicle to this wanted vehicle database. So when a license plate passes by a fixed location and it cross-references and it says, hey, that vehicle, that's the same plate of a stolen vehicle that was maybe it was stolen locally, maybe it was stolen out of Oregon. That alert is then broadcasted or distributed to the officers working that day so that they can now move in position to try to recover that vehicle. So along with stolen vehicles, there's a whole other list of other alerts out there, Amber alerts, things like that. I'll list out what each one of those are, but that's another capability of this technology. Used to solve crime. So aside from active alerts, this has a lot more of an investigative ability as well. So the example I gave at our community meeting, which is probably a very low-level crime, but this just goes to show what this capability or what this product has the capability of doing is, you're downtown enjoying dinner, your vehicle's parked in a parking stall, you come out to find that somebody very nicely rear-ended you and then took off and didn't leave you a note or bother to track you down to exchange that information. So you have a hit and run. For whatever reason, you talk to somebody who said, hey, I think I saw them leave. It was a white Toyota Corolla, and it looks like they backed into you. So when they contact law enforcement, they make that report. They relay that suspect vehicle information, and now we have some information to go in. So if we had cameras in that relative vicinity, depending on where these fixed locations are, we can then say, okay, using the information that our officers obtained on scene, we believe the suspect vehicle left the location at this time period, headed this direction, and we believe it's a white Toyota Corolla, and it possibly has rear end damage. So that's the info that we obtained from our witness or victim, right? So with all that great, precise data, we can go into this system, we can query white Toyota Corollas at this camera location that we believed it passed by for this very specific amount of time, and it will populate vehicles that match that description. It will show us that photo, what you guys saw a few slides back, and we can literally grab that and say, hey, this looks like your vehicle, and we can hand it to the investigator as a piece of that investigative puzzle to now use as an investigative lead to follow up and see if they can track down the driver, get the insurance exchanged, investigate any criminal activity. So that would be a very low-level example of how you can track down a hit-and-run driver, and that same application or that investigative process can be used for a bank robbery or a hit-and-run to maybe where somebody was injured and left on the side of the road. So that is, again, another capability of this system. It adheres to all state laws. We'll go over what those laws are, but those laws pertain to privacy and how we can store and share that information and who's authorized to access it and use it. We'll have a whole segment on that. So just as much to understand, or important to understand what this is, it's also important to understand what it is not. There's a lot of misconceptions about this technology, whether you're thinking about it's a red light cam and you're getting a ticket in the mail, or if it's running plates for expired registration that they're going to notify law enforcement for. It doesn't do any of that. It's not facial recognition. I'm going to keep saying it because it's important. It's not tied to PII. PII is personal identifiable information. So that is, your information. What would populate if a law enforcement officer were to run your vehicle through a DMV database? It would come back with the registered owner, your name, your address, a bunch of other information. This system is not tied to that. It doesn't automatically populate that data when a vehicle's license plate is scanned, recognized, and a photo is taken. Totally separate systems. It's not used for traffic enforcement. And more importantly, it's not used for immigration enforcement. Not only are we bound by law not to share any information with any government or other law enforcement entity for the purpose of immigration enforcement on their end, this system doesn't share it with anybody else. Our data with Flock for any of the cameras that we would deploy is exclusively owned by the town of Truckee and the Truckee Police Department. We decide who gets that data. We're not obligated to share it with anybody. It's not sold to anybody commercially. So unlike our phones that we all carry in our pockets that Apple and Google sell our information to all kinds of commercial entities, that's not what this is. We will not do that. Flock does not do that. For retention period, 30 days is automatically where this data stores to in the cloud and where it stays, and it's kind of a rolling retention period. So every 30 days, that data gets purged. It's not staying on some government or a database to where we're storing mass amounts of information about people's travel habits. The 30-day retention period is consistent with really how crimes are reported and how investigations take place. Crimes are typically reported in a relatively short amount of time once they occur. We have 30 days as more than enough time to make a report to law enforcement and for law enforcement to access this database for that specific investigative purpose to find a vehicle in that time frame. If it's outside of that 30 days, there's no reason that we need it, so delete it. We don't need to save that data. So that 30-day retention period is consistent with kind of industry norms here in law enforcement, and it's also the default setting that Flock really has built into their software to delete anyways. And again, it just goes to address privacy concerns of this mass data gathering. It's just not what this system does. So we talked about what the system is. Why do we want it here? Does Truckee really need them? A lot of, some concerns that I've heard through my channels working is, we live in a small town. I left the big city to get away from this kind of stuff. We're going to talk about the benefits of what it does here and why we do need this system. So I'm going to roll into Bob's slide. He already touched on it a little bit with his presentation earlier, so I'm going to turn it back to him in terms of how this can benefit emergency management planning.
It really was not set up that way originally, but pretty much teed it up for what are we looking for from this. We will definitely be able to tell the number of vehicles that are in town, in subdivisions, and we'll be able to do it with a discrete number. I've stopped enough people over my career in law enforcement and said, where are you going? Oh, I'm going down to get gas. In the middle of a snowstorm? Yes. Well, why? Well, I went up to the house, realized I didn't have any gas, so I went back down. Then they went up to the house, then they went back down to get coffee. Then they went up to the house, and they went back down. And so, we talk about vehicle miles traveled and trips and things like that. And that's one of the things that we do see happen. We know that we capture huge numbers of vehicles going by on something like Donner Pass Road. But how many real vehicles are here? Because if we take, just say, 30,000 vehicles in 2 days on Donner Pass Road, and we plug that number into our system, we're going to get a very different number than if we actually realize that those were doubled up trips and it's 15,000. So that's really what the big thing is for us. We could start looking at the idea of, like the lieutenant said, what are peak periods? When are we seeing those peak periods? Where are the vehicles coming from? And unlike doing traffic studies, Gordon and LSC is great but he does a traffic study and he does it for a period of time and he goes away. We can do this continually, and over the course of a couple of years, we're going to get some really good data to show us what we're seeing on high points, when the times are. Is Thursday now bigger than Friday? Is Saturday bigger than Saturday morning? And what's it look like? So that's really where it is for me. And as the lieutenant mentioned, I'm never going to see a license plate doing what I'm doing. All I'm going to see are total number of vehicles. And that's really all I want to see in this. So back over to the other side.
Thanks, Bob. And just piggyback off that a little bit too, you know, one of the main things or main questions that we've kind of always had in this town is, what is our population? Is it what the census tells us? Is it, we know it's not, right? Everybody knows that. You can go outside and look at the roads and say, yeah, it's not 17,000 or whatever it says, right? This is probably one of the most accurate metrics that we can use to help formulate the best educated guess towards that too. So in theory, if you had cameras around the entry points of town, you can not only factor in what routine traffic looks like and come up with that car count number to help find that number for whatever planning purposes we have as a governmental entity. You know, we could also factor in some of the other unique visitors or unique dynamics of our population that most other communities don't have. So we kind of sit on a major thoroughfare, if we all haven't noticed yet. If for folks that are going down 89 South or 267 or making a pit stop off Interstate 80 or shooting up 89 North into Sierra County, we have a lot of transient thoroughfare traffic too that we still have to service as a town, whether at a police department or roads planning or what have you, that we don't have that metric or that number. How many of those people are through town? How can we use that number for our effective planning? This is that system that could help us find those numbers. You know, can we take into account short-term rentals and how maybe one weekend all those STRs are booked, the next weekend they're not. So you have fluctuating population that when they come up in their vehicles, that you can account for those cars and you can see those ebbs and flows of that population as it comes in town. And it just gives you a more, like Bob said, that reliable number that you can track historical flows to help any kind of planning. So I'll move into the next slide. We're kind of transitioning now from the benefits of emergency management planning now to back to the law enforcement side of the house. So here's some unique law enforcement challenges that we experience here in Truckee that this could be directly, this program can directly benefit. So in 2022, we had a 300% increase in automobile thefts. So that looks like a big number, and it is a big number, but I'm not manipulating anybody in this room by saying it went from 1 to 3, right? So what we typically have here in terms of our average stolen vehicles in town, it's like between 9 and 10 a year is the average. We had just shy of 30 in 2022. That's not only just a 300% increase, it's an all-time high for as far back as I could pull data for our crime statistics here. So a huge increase in automobile thefts. Obviously, with kind of the benefits of this system about being able to cross-reference that stolen vehicle system to get active notifications, it will help recover stolen vehicles. So it could help specifically address just this challenge alone. We talked about again, those real-time alerts. So right now, without this kind of a system that does that cross-referencing and would give that live notification to officers in the field, we are solely dependent on a police officer to, by happenstance, be behind one of these vehicles and then by happenstance choose to run a license plate, so 2 big ifs, to then get that return back that vehicle's stolen or it belongs to a missing person or it's an Amber Alert vehicle. The stars have to align to get these a lot of times, and that is why we don't often have very low statistics in terms of, you know, recovering stolen vehicles, because it is so manpower intensive. So these are a force multiplier in that respect in terms of being able to help our officers find these vehicles, these crime vehicles, these missing persons, that we couldn't just, and that otherwise we'd have to, again, rely on people, boots on the ground in the field. And on average, when you have maybe 3 officers and a sergeant on patrol at a time per shift on a town that's 33 square miles, that, you know, in a town where a subdivision like Tahoe Donner is one of the largest in the United States and is like a bigger geographical area than Grass Valley and Nevada City combined, just for one subdivision, you know, and mind you, both those cities have their own police departments to police an area that size. That's not going to cut it with 3 officers to be able to find a vehicle like that in just that subdivision alone. So we talked about some of the alerts that does get triggered and brought out to our officers here. Everyone knows what an Amber Alert is. It's an abducted or an at-risk juvenile where there's some kind of circumstances to where they're in danger and enough information is obtained to where we can put out a vehicle and suspect description. So yes, this will trigger Amber Alerts and Amber Alert notifications. It doesn't require that officer to happen to find that vehicle. If it passes by a camera, it will absolutely tell everybody that Amber Alert car just came into town and it's going this direction. Silver and yellow alerts. Silver alerts are for folks with maybe some diminished cognitive abilities, or I bet the best example is maybe an elderly person with dementia who found those keys and they're on a joyride and their family has no idea where they are. So that silver alert is another one of those statewide alerts to where we can get notified if that vehicle passes a camera. A yellow alert is new as of this year. California legislator just approved this to be added to that list of alerts. It's for felony hit and runs where there was injury or death. So somebody that ran into somebody in a crosswalk, seriously injured or killed them, and now they're in the wind. We have that vehicle information and they're trying to disseminate it statewide so that we can locate the driver or that vehicle. Missing persons. Missing persons can be entered into for alerts on license plates. You guys, everybody here in this room probably knows of a very high profile missing persons case that impacted our community lately, or recently, excuse me. And if these systems were in place and that notification and that alert was placed on that vehicle, we would have got a notification if that vehicle came into town. Other felony crimes associated with that too. There's all kinds of different stops that are put on plates to bring notice to law enforcement attention. So we talked about, again, how this system serves as a force multiplier to assist the officers in the field. So how does this technology prevent crime? It serves that proactive purpose and it serves that investigative purpose. I've already talked about that proactive purpose in terms of getting these alive alerts. So with these investigative purposes, this actually came right from Flock, and I like it because for me it makes sense, but I wanted to it takes a little bit of explaining for the general public. So as case clearance rates increase, crime rates decrease. What that means is when you solve crime, crime actually decreases. And why that is because the majority of crime is committed by repeat offenders. We have a very small population of the overall community committing crime, and it's typically the same amount of people, those same individuals committing multiple crimes, which disproportionately affect crime statistics. So if we have a burglary spree here in town of 10 vehicles that were broken into within a month, that's typically one person. That's not 10 car thieves or 10 burglars breaking into 10 cars. So in that scenario, if we were able to generate an investigative lead on just one of those cases, because it very likely is the same individual or maybe one of two individuals, and you could hold that person accountable and solve one of them because it just so happened they passed that camera, by holding that person accountable and letting the criminal justice system do its job, you are essentially stopping future acts from being committed. So that is the theory behind it. This next slide is actually from one of our neighboring agencies. It's the Grass Valley Police Department. As you notice, this is the Union newspaper, one of the predominant papers here in Nevada County. This is from November 30th of 2022, so we're just talking a few months ago. They just completed their one-year pilot program over there, and they went to their council and essentially showed them the results. And this article was on the front page of the Union, and it kind of highlighted it. So for everybody who's sitting in the back that did not bring their binoculars, I'll try to read some for you. I apologize for the font being so small. So the title of that article is "A Message to Criminals to Stay Away from Here." And this whole article really highlighted the benefits of this system, and it really talked about how crime was a deterrent. The Grass Valley Police Department kind of threw some stats out there. They recovered 36 stolen vehicles, 26 of which were stolen from out of the county. So that means 10 were stolen from in the county, but 26 were stolen from out of the county, right? They knew about those 10 vehicles because they took those reports, they knew what to look for. They had no idea to look for those other 26 crime vehicles entering their jurisdiction because you just don't get those notifications. That doesn't meet an Amber Alert criteria or a Silver Alert criteria to where it's plastered on every sign all over the freeway so law enforcement knows to look for these cars. So this system helped recover 26 of other agency stolen vehicles, to include some of ours. These ALPR systems there, it helped them catch a a couple organized crime rings. One are some card skimmers who annoy all of us to when we find those unauthorized credit card purchases on our statements and we're wondering who did it. It's because you probably got hit by a card skimmer. So they broke up a ring like that. They also found 2 vehicles related to homicides outside their jurisdictions, and then identified some individuals involved in some catalytic converter thefts. But I did highlight one thing that came from one of their council members, Bob Brandstrom, and I'll read that verbatim here. And he commented on how this technology can change the reputation of a small town like Grass Valley and discourage people from outside who think they can come here and commit crimes. Not only does the Flock system help solve cases, but it's a preventative solution as well. And that just kind of goes hand in hand with what I was just talking about, and wanted to point out again just that very local tie to Flock. And I actually coincidentally met with some of the command staff of the Grass Valley Police Department today, and they let us know that Nevada City and the Nevada County Sheriff's Office are both actively pursuing Flock systems themselves because they've seen the same results, or they're very excited about the results that the Grass Valley Police Department achieved. So this next portion is all about privacy focus and user auditing, really that oversight, and talking about how I mentioned earlier, trying to address concerns from both the public and internally that we're doing the right thing by having this technology and using it responsibly. So at the bottom here I took a little snippet of what is the chief preface of our department policy. We'll talk about our policy and what we've created as a draft here to kind of complement this system, but what our department policy is and what any law enforcement policy is, it's a policy it's an outline of policy and procedure, standard operating procedures that really outlines how we do everything in law enforcement, from how we do a traffic stop to how we write a police report. And before every police officer opens that policy manual and dives into it, there's the first thing that everybody reads, and it's this: our success is predicated on our ability to serve our community. Effective service requires the trust, faith, and confidence of our community. Every member of the department holds a special position of public trust. We must strive to never violate the public's confidence in us. At the core of every action we take must be a desire to always do what's right. So when we were evaluating this technology, looking at the vendors, looking at each one of their privacy concerns, policies, or procedures that they have in place, that was at the forefront of our mind. So we're going to go over real quickly here what those privacy concerns are and how we're going about to address them. So I mentioned it earlier, this data, unlike other vendors that we looked at, the data from Flock is exclusively owned by the town of Truckee and the Truckee Police Department. It's never sold or shared. That 30-day rolling retention period ensures that this mass collection of data isn't stored long-term. It's supposed to be gone. We don't want to store it. We're not trying to keep it. We want it gone if there's no legitimate law enforcement use for it. It takes the human bias out of crime solving, and what that means is this is all objective data when we get a notification for a stolen vehicle. There's no subjectivity to it. It's not a police officer looking at a live footage and trying to determine where human error can be introduced on whether or not a crime occurred. A crime has already been verified to occur. It's already been investigated, and that plate has been provided. That is a stolen vehicle. There's no argument to it. That plate is a stolen vehicle. And when we get that notification, we now have the ability to act on that. So all data is stored. Talking about data privacy and security now, it's on an AWS government cloud. This is all techie talk, so I'm just going to read right off this, but I have a layman's explanation of this. So AES 256 encryption from, and Hector, please correct me if I'm wrong, that's the highest level of current government encryption, on par with how the FBI, the CIA, and the NSA store their data on their cloud servers?
Correct. Those are the servers used by the FBI and CIA. All of those servers are within the United States as well.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to kind of just lay out the workflow here of how this works. If a vehicle travels by a camera and that photo is taken, that photo goes to a cloud-based server stored by Flock. It doesn't immediately go to the Truckee Police Department to where I have this photo on my desk. So we'll just say, for my example, over a weekend, let's say it took, easy math, 100 photos. 100 photos go on the cloud. Me as a law enforcement investigator of the Truckee Police Department, although we own this data, I don't access the data, I don't look at the data until a crime is reported by a citizen, to where I now have a legitimate law enforcement purpose, to where I must identify myself as the user and document my specific reason to try to access and query a data for a very specific vehicle, like that white Toyota Corolla, between this time frame. before I even access any of that data on the cloud. So although 100 vehicles are in that cloud, 100 photos, I access the 1, 2, or 3 that the system generates for my very specific search for my very specific reason. And I pull the one that is the one I'm looking for. That's my vehicle. So I pull it down. I now have looked at 3, retained 1 photo of 100 photos on that cloud. Within 30 days, those photos are gone. So the police department, for their legitimate law enforcement reason, really doesn't look at everything that's even gathered. That's just another element or layer of privacy protection. Excuse me. It's not facial recognition, if you haven't heard that already. There's no PII on this. It doesn't store, since it doesn't read license plates and generate a DMV read of the registered owner, that's not stored anywhere because there's no connection. It's not traffic enforcement. It's not immigration enforcement. No one's getting a ticket in the mail, and no one's calling Custom Border Patrol for any kind of immigration reasons. It doesn't connect to any registration data or third-party database. We're not checking Carfax on if your vehicle is a salvage title when you drive by one of these cameras. What Flock does do is offer a transparency portal to all their users. Right here is a quick example of what that is. So we'll look at Vallejo PD's on the right. Again, I'm really sorry for the small font. And last time this link didn't work, and it's still not working. So I'm going to explain it. So if the Truckee Police Department were to get Flock, we would have our own transparency portal, which we will link on our outward-facing public website that anybody could access. On this transparency portal, it says a few things. It goes over what the system is and what it's not. It talks about that, it identifies what that data retention period is, 30 days. It talks about what's detected and what's not. It's not facial recognition. It talks about the acceptable use policy of how and when we can access this, the prohibited items of what this information can be used for. It shows what agencies potentially are shared or shared users with this data, or that we share this information with for legitimate law enforcement reasons. It talks about the number of cameras that we have. And it even tracks, hey, within the last 30 days, these cameras picked up X amount of these hot list alerts that we talked about. And then we could also attach our policy on there. So if anyone had questions about how we operate this system, they can click on it, pull up our policy, which we'll go into here momentarily. And yeah, so it really puts all that data in the public's hands so that they can look. When we conduct our yearly audits, to just do an additional layer of oversight, that those audits are also shared with the public, just to show that we are staying on top of it for compliance reasons. So this next portion is the policy here. I'm just going to pull it up. I am not going to read this to you guys and torture you guys with all of this, but I want to real briefly show you what this draft policy looks like as of now. We got a lot of feedback just from the public, and it's a draft policy for that reason. We wanted to make sure that we incorporated anything that we thought that was brought up. Hey, that's a great idea. We should change policy, to make sure that we listen to that and we made any changes needed. So what this policy does, again, it outlines the SOPs for its use. It's going to go over terminology and definitions. Talks about the administration of the system. Who's in charge of doing this oversight and this audit and these audits? That's the Investigations Bureau Commander, which happens to be me. And it's going to outline again who's allowed to use it and who's not. So some of those positions are identified. Only properly trained sworn officers, crime analysts, police assistants, and anyone that's really gone through the training has to use this system. It's not something that anybody can log into willy-nilly, who's never used it before, has never been trained, that can just access it. There's a lot of layer privacies and training and login credentials and a whole slew of things that go into it before somebody has access to this system. It talks about the operations and how it's used. Primarily, one thing I wanted to point out in here, when a hot list vehicle gets hit, or we get a notification on, let's say, a stolen vehicle, this policy also outlines the layers of verification that go into place before action is taken. So if we got this notification of a stolen vehicle, what our policy dictates is, okay, that officer first must find that vehicle. You find the vehicle and you get behind it. That first layer is you confirm that that license plate matches that hit that you just got before you take any kind of action. Common sense, right? The next step is, hey, now I want you to use your radio and confirm with dispatch that that vehicle is still on that database for being a stolen vehicle. Don't just take Flock's word for it, do your due diligence. Once you get that notification, and confirmation, then you have the ability to take action, make that enforcement stop, recover the vehicle, what have you. So this isn't designed to be a system where just because Flock tells us to, we take action on whatever vehicle's in front. We have to do our due diligence to confirm it's the right vehicle, it's still wanted, that person's still missing, it's not outdated information before we take action. And this policy goes into that. Okay. It also goes over into the data collection and retention period. It mirrors Flock's existing policy of the 30 days. We are standing by that as being the industry norm and something that we also agree with and want to retain that 30-day retention period before that data is released. And then the accountability and safeguards. So we talk about our audits here. I mentioned it already. We're going to be doing it at a minimum of 1 year. What those audits typically look like is you're going to pull all those searches that are done within that year. Real quick, you're going to look through all of that information and look for the obvious signs that something is wrong first before you start taking kind of these test samples. Hey, there was no reason entered for why this search was conducted. That would be a very easy red flag to follow up on to see if it was an oversight, a training issue, or potentially any misuse. Going through the obvious signs that, or the obvious ones and ruling them out first or addressing them first, we'll take 15, 20 arbitrary searches. Okay, they listed 20 case numbers for each one of these 20 searches. We're going to go in and verify and read all 20 of these reports and make sure the searches are consistent with the criteria they put in the system. Then make sure everything's copacetic there. So when we conduct these audits, it's again to identify training issues, see if there's any misuse of the system, and that's something that we are committed to obviously staying up on. And I believe this policy was included in the staff report, and I don't want to read this to you word for word, but I'm sure you guys have put eyes on it already. So we'll move from there. It will be forward-facing to the public.
Lieutenant Vickers, can I provide just a little bit of context?
Absolutely.
So in case the council's wondering, license plate readers have been used in California for more than a decade. The first lawsuit that I can find on it happened in 2013. The ACLU sued LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department looking to get all the data. So there are a couple of things I can add. So the issue of whether this data is a matter of public record, this has already been litigated. The California Supreme Court itself held 5 years ago that it's not. You can't get the raw data that has individually identifiable license plates with a public records request. The Supreme Court has said that's simply not possible. It's out of bounds. The other thing is that 7 years ago, a new collection of California state laws took effect that governs all of this. So the things that Lieutenant Vickers was saying about having a policy and having security measures on Flock's end, these are not things that the PD is doing simply because we think it's the right thing to do. It's also because all these things are required by law. And the security measures that Flock is going to take are also specifically required by law. The law has pretty strict limits on record keeping, as Lieutenant Vickers said. We have to log all the searches that are made. We have to keep track of what license plate number was searched for, when it was searched for, by whom it was searched for, and the purpose of the search. So all that that will be the basis of the audits that Lieutenant Vickers is talking about, but that's stuff that we're required to do. These policies that will be in effect both on Flock's end about the data retention and on the PD's end are things that are not only best practices, but they're required. And I will note, in case anybody's wondering, that the state law that governs this specifically says that the policy has to try to safeguard civil liberties. It's not just privacy concerns, it's civil liberties as well, and that's what I think the policy is intended to do. So this is not a new field. We're kind of treading on fairly well-trodden ground. We've been able to learn a lot from what other departments are doing, and there's now 7 years of experience around the state for law enforcement agencies figuring out how to comply with what the law requires.
Thanks, Andy. One last thing to mention on policy before we moved on. This was actually modeled after the Vallejo Police Departments, which kind of serves as the gold standard in California, simply because they did collaborate with the ACLU when building this policy. So they took concerns and information and feedback to help model this. And from what I've seen and all the other policies that are out there, this seems to be the strongest, to where it really identifies protections that are in place in policy to address those public concerns. So, wrapping it up here, I think I just have about 2 more slides. Here's the program overview of what we're looking at. We're talking about a 1-year pilot program with 17 cameras in locations, all on public thoroughfares. None of this is on private property. These are public roadways. I have a graphic of the proposed locations of where those are at. We're still working on it, and I'll explain. But the approximate project cost right now is $52,950. What that figure covers is each camera at the amount of about $2,500. There's an additional $2,500 fee that brings that software and that analytics side to it as well. And then there's also one-time install costs that go with that. So that's where that figure comes from. All of the warranty, maintenance, that's all covered within this contract. So if anything breaks, they come out and fix it. Which is a really nice feature of this as well. So right now, grant funding from the COPS fund is planned to cover this cost. So those are grant funds that that are currently existing that we have on hand. And the results after 1 year, so the data that we collect, cases that we solve, vehicles that are detected and are recovered, missing persons, you name it, all of that data is going to come back in front of you guys, and we're going to present that to you with a recommendation at that time of whether we continue the program if we do see the benefits, or if we cease the program if it doesn't meet our needs. So I'm going to run real quickly and bring this up regarding the camera locations here. This is still a work in progress. So we're working right now with the experts at Flock. We have ideas of where we think they're best. They're the professionals. They know what's going to realistically work and when they're not, and what's not when they go out on site and say, yeah, this isn't a great location. Maybe you move it 50 yards this way. So here's an overview of just town right here. I'm going to just kind of go from left to right. What you'll really see right now is just the majority of these cameras are kind of situated on that I-80 corridor through town. So these placements are designed, in theory, to be at the entry points of town. Because when we want these hit notifications for stolen vehicles, missing persons, we don't want them as vehicles are leaving town. We want them as they're entering town to give our officers enough time and leeway to get out there and intercept. So you'll see pretty much at every off-ramp, Donner Lake Road over here on your far left, the Coldstream DPR, the 89 South, the 267 exit, the 188A over by our corp yard. Those are all in position to catch vehicles on and off the ramps here. I'll zoom in on 89 North or on 89 South so you can kind of see that. Outside of these off-ramps, Central Roundabout as well. Outside of these off-ramps, you'll see a few in some key locations. So outside of just the crime aspect of what we've been talking about, going back to the emergency management side, we picked a couple areas in town, subdivisions, to see if these cameras will truly meet our needs and finding that data to help with the emergency management planning. So you'll see one on each entrance to Tahoe Donner, that Alder Creek backside entrance, and then Northwoods. We've also done one on the Glenshire Drive coming up from that Hirschdale exit to come into Glenshire, and then we have the second camera location projected to be just west of the Olympic Heights neighborhood on Glenshire. So between those two cameras, in theory, you can get a car count for almost all of eastern Truckee just with 2 cameras. We have 2 additional camera placements kind of along that Brockway cut through from 267 going into downtown for the purpose of getting the car counting data for that emergency disaster or the emergency management planning for Sierra Meadows and some of the like the senior center and some of the other high density residential areas that are in that area as well. So those are the 17 camera locations that we are projecting that we would like to put them on, and we're still working with Flock to iron those out. So I'm going to leave this one up here and kind of turn the ball back over to you guys if there's any questions or any comments.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Vickers and Chief Renfro. We will go to council questions. Councilmember Henderson, we'll start with you.
Well, first, that was the most comprehensive presentation. And
I have cotton mouth.
I think for good reason, because we've seen some community feedback about concerns and justifiably so. So I really appreciate just all the conversation around privacy and how the data will be stored. I think that's so important and for our community to understand. How did you arrive at 17?
when trying to do this pilot project, we wanted to make sure that we got whatever camera number that we landed on, number one, that it was financially feasible, but also that it accomplished what we were hoping to see, that the results, if it would work or not, right? So if we are trying to get notifications on stolen vehicles, missing persons, what have you, we want to try to cover as many entry points as we can. So when entry points into town, into our jurisdiction. So when counting those out, that's what factored into that number. And then again, trying to kind of choosing a couple of key subdivisions to also get that data for the emergency management planning. Let's say we need a lot more if we're going to try to cover more like targeted areas, Prosser, the west end of Donner Lake. That number would have to increase. But for now, again, for this pilot project, we just chose a couple areas to make sure that we can get that data to really see if it's going to work for us.
So am I hearing that this might not be as comprehensive as you might want, but it's sort of for the purposes of resources and budgeting, you feel like this is the right amount to be able to get the data insights that we need to make decisions in a year?
I think the camera locations that we have will show us, especially in those subdivisions, whether or not this will work. And if it will work for those placements that we do have, we know it will work for other subdivisions as well. And then I think that we can still get all the data that we want to see or to determine if it will benefit us in the way that we'd like it to, just with the number of cameras that we have. I don't think we're hindering ourselves at all with this number.
And what is the time frame if we decide to proceed and move forward tonight to actually getting the cameras installed and functioning?
Hector will.
The lead time is 2 to 3 months at the moment.
So it would come back to council a year from sort of when they're installed and up and running?
Correct.
Okay. And I think my last question, so it sounds like they're going to be installed in public right-of-ways, but are they is it attached to a telephone pole? How is it actually sited and installed?
There's a couple different methods on placement. They can be on a standalone pole itself that Flock provides and they install. It can be on a public light post. It can be on Caltrans right-of-way, stoplights, towers on the side. There's a variety of ways to install those.
I guess I just have one more question. Actually, I apologize. I thought that was my last one. And this one might be for Bob, just because we're also talking about this really to aid our evacuation planning efforts. What does that look like to actually feed into all of the work that you're doing, just in terms of sort of key deliverables and time points? And if you could just kind of lay out that workflow for us a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as we have data, we could start using it. To Lieutenant Vickers' point, even though we may not have every subdivision, I think we can reasonably say Tawadana looks like the west end of Donner Lake, so we have both those covered. And we can take the data as soon as we're getting it, and it'll tell us roughly how many vehicles per house there is, which is what we need to know. So I want to say it's instantaneous, but it's that close.
So by this summer, I'm thinking wildfire season, we might have some good data to support our evacuation efforts.
Oh yeah, I would 2 to 3 months. Yeah, we're good.
Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Zabriskie, I know you ask a lot of great questions in advance. Do you have additional questions?
Yes, and thank you, Lieutenant Vickers, and whoever else helped with all the answers to the written questions. That certainly reduces my questions for now down to 3. So we understand the database is deleted on a 30-day rolling basis, but also data is being extracted. And that data is not being destroyed. The example was what we were just discussing, data on vehicle counts or vehicle identifications for evacuation and planning purposes. Does any of the extracted bulk data, which can last longer than 30 days, include license numbers?
Not for evacuations. I only would look at numbers of vehicles.
Okay,
And specifically, the tool that he would look at, which you saw in a slide, is the Insights tool. That will be in the form of an Excel sheet with no license plates, more numbers of unique vehicles at a specific camera during a specific time frame that they would query. For example, I would like to know all of the unique vehicles that pass by a camera on Main and North for the month of February. And so it would be a number, nothing associated with specific vehicles.
Yeah, a bulk number rather than individualized information.
Correct.
Okay. And now my next question is on if a federal agency is investigating a car ring and provides you with a license number, you run it, you identify a vehicle that was in Truckee with that license plate number. What prevents that federal agency from then passing that license plate number and the information on Truckee onto Immigration and Naturalization Services, after having told you the only reason they want that data is to catch the car ring?
What prevents somebody from lying to us? Nothing. Right? However, when we seek out other law enforcement's cooperation in any matter, we know that there's trust that goes into that request because they're a legitimate law enforcement entity just like we are. If a federal entity comes and reaches out to us, just like with that, we'll not even use this system. We'll just talk about our own databases that we have already. They still have to go through a process to identify that need. We are identifying the person who we are speaking to, obviously, and the agency that they belong to, and we store that information, and we consider the request. We're not obligated to give anything short of a court order. So number one, we have discretion. Number two, if it is a valid law enforcement request for an identifiable crime, non-immigration purpose, we will typically give that information because we are a cooperating law enforcement agency, and we would surely hope that they would give us information when we make that request. Now, if they have a nefarious purpose to use that information against outside of that would violate our laws, that they're going to be held accountable to that standard at some point in time in a court process, to where they have to identify the information that they had in their investigation and how they came to their conclusion. So it's not necessarily something they can hide. And if they burn that bridge once, that's really easy for us to never, ever be able to share that information ever again with them, because that's just not how we operate amongst cooperating agencies. Does that make sense? So in one sense, I can't stop somebody from lying to me and using that information if they're going to choose to do that. And we take all available safeguards that we can to ensure that that is not what that information is going for when we give it out.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call it a nefarious purpose, and maybe I should direct this to our own counsel. How does the law prevent a federal agency requesting, in all honesty, this license plate information in order to catch a car ring, from then honoring a request from Naturalization Service, Immigration Naturalization Service, for that same information?
If such a limitation exists in the law, it would have to exist in federal law, because in state law, all that the law says, I'll read it to you: a public agency shall not sell, share, or transfer ALPR information except to another public agency and only as otherwise permitted by law. So what the law requires us to do is ask a fellow law enforcement agency, what are you going to use this for? Because we have to make sure that it's a permitted purpose. And as Lieutenant Vickers said, if they lie to us, we won't necessarily know on the front end. Our job is to make sure that they have a legitimate reason for it. And if they then use it for some other purpose, I don't know if there's anything in federal law that prohibits that, but under state law, at least, we will have done our job.
Okay, what prohibits us from making as a condition of sharing the information that the receiving agency agrees it will not share the information it receives with INS?
Nothing prohibits us from imposing those requirements on the front end. We could make that request or make that a standard for any kind of sharing of information.
And we could point out, with any information that we divulge, we could point out as part of the exchange that state law says we can only provide the information for certain purposes. And those are the only purposes for which we believe that we are supplying the information.
Yeah, I could tell you from experience, the federal government's well aware of that law here in terms of dealing with California entities as well, and knowing that that's a no-no.
And how to get around it.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay, my last question is, and maybe it goes either one of you. Are you aware of any misuses or abuses of this system among the other 20,000 agencies that have been using it over these last 7 or 10 years?
So a couple things there. With the system, you have to enter in a case number. And so that's something that is required for every single search. Misuse is handled internally at police departments, so there's nothing that Flock is aware of necessarily. However, it's important to note out, we've built the system so that in combination with good policy, there is trackability of every single download click associated with our technology.
Okay. And you haven't heard of any reports of misuse with any of the other agencies? Okay.
The agencies that I've personally had direct interaction with while looking into Flock are our local agencies, primarily within Nevada County. And from my knowledge, and I have not heard of anything to where this has been abused or anything like that.
Great. Thank you.
Because again, the law requires that exhaustive and detailed records be kept of every query that's run. So in theory, every user has a unique username or user ID, and so all those searches can be tracked. And so the law is set up, and the system, I think, is set up to prevent people from just kind of fumbling around in it. Everything you do is monitored.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Thank you, Lieutenant Vickers. Good to see you. Thank you for your very clear and concise presentation. I also have 3 questions, believe it or not. What is the ongoing cost less capital? So let's say we do want 10 more cameras. Just disregard that. That's a capital cost. Like, what's your ongoing projected expense after pilot?
So the ongoing cost would be, excuse me, $2,500 per camera, depending on how many cameras we choose. And then for the analytics and the programs that are embedded in there is also another $2,500 one-time annual fee. Is that correct?
It's $2,500 per camera, one time.
So we're renting the camera for a year, and that would be an ongoing cost of rental.
I thought you said we own the cameras. Sorry.
We own the data, we rent the cameras, and
I
that
see.
means that it comes with the maintenance and all that built in. We don't have to worry about that.
So it's $2,500 per camera per year, regardless of year 1 or year 20.
Yeah, it's a software as a service type model.
Okay.
So that helps you make sure that you have the latest technology. We will update if, let's say, a camera goes down. If we have a new version, you will get that new version of the camera.
So we're looking at a minimum of 52. Should this program get adopted after pilot, we'd be looking at that minimum of sort of 52,000 annually.
Well, with that number, there's built-in costs with permitting and such, the one-time install fee. So if we continue with the 17 cameras, we'd be roughly about $43,000 ongoing cost for the 17 cameras.
Great. Do we anticipate, I don't know who this is a question for, so I think Chief Renfro, you're the one who said, these things can go on telephone poles, they can go on light posts. My red flag was they can go on standalone flock poles in the right of way. Do we anticipate using any of those in this initial installation?
So this is what we're looking at for camera placement. And if there's a pole that's nearby that a standalone pole does not need to be used, then that would be ideal. So depending on where the exact locations are identified and what is structurally around there, ideally we would affix it to something that's already standing.
I won't put it in the statute in year 1 of pilot test project, but I would highly, highly recommend we try not to use standalone flock poles and create yet more signage and side of road issues, which we already have so much of in our community.
One thing real quick, we cannot use telephone poles. Just to
Can't use telephone poles.
Make our PUD people happy that we don't want to
Can't
cause
use any
anything.
power poles.
They won't even let you staple anything to them. We can't put traffic cameras on them. Yeah, just to clear that up, because I know they're probably listening and hearing this and going, "Oh, great, we're going to have those." No,
We'll go talk to our friends at the PUD. That's going to make that could make placement challenging in some of these locations. Then, yeah,
absolutely, it could. That's why we're working with Flock to figure out the best location.
Okay, could we put them in trees? Like how we have the trailhead counters type of thing?
Yes, and
we can.
Yes, and
we got plenty of those.
And another thing to consider too for placement is these are solar powered, so we have to make sure that we find that gap between the trees or wherever we're going to place these as well. So we may be limited on placement based just upon environmental design too on some of these locations.
Right.
Okay. So I think one of the things I'll be interested in when this does come back to us is how many of those that we had to, if we have to use them, how many and sort of what that ends up looking like just from an aesthetic point of view. I think my last question is, we've been talking a lot about the data, which is very exciting. I've been up here for 6+ years now, and I've heard a lot of questions like this come up, whether it relates to planning projects, when we say, oh, well, LSC only sat out there for 3 weeks in May, and we're dealing with projects over here that, have more traffic than 3 weeks in May. At Visit Truckee Tahoe, we deal with day visitors versus overnight visitors. On Highway 89, going to Palisades, we deal with how many of those people are actually going to Palisades, how many are going to Tahoe City, how many live on Highway, I don't know, whatever the questions are. To what level of granularity and aggregated data will we be able to use any of this? Is it only for evacuation planning, or will that data be able to be translated into both other departments and potentially other uses as we find needs for, what's exciting is this is real data. We're not making stuff up, right? So why wouldn't we use it? And I guess what abilities would we have to use it in some of those other applications?
I can say that other cities that have tried to use the specific traffic count data have done so for more planning purposes, transportation planning purposes. So, are there any peaks on a Friday evening versus, Sunday morning? What does the traffic pattern look like in general? That is one use case that I have seen.
Is there a use case that shows, I saw that you saw the recurring license plate count, right? So we saw this license plate 3 times in the last 36 hours, right? It's a Tuesday, let's say, or whatever the data shows. I guess one of the questions I have is how deep can we go on that? What can we pull out of that? Because a premise just to throw out there is, half of the people are complaining to us because of the traffic to Palisades, but guess what? They all live here, right? And they're part of the problem. So, to what level can we start getting some of that data out other than from transportation, I guess?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing that you'll see is the number of unique vehicles versus your aggregate number. What I've seen in other jurisdictions is that, it's like a 3 to 4 times, difference. So folks are going to the supermarket and then going on a different trip. So that number is far greater. That's actually typically going to be your residents versus your visitor who may hit the cameras at one time that month, right? And that's at a month.
And so is that data going to be available, I guess? Is it available only to Bob? Is it, what kind, I guess I'm looking for like a bigger picture here.
Yeah, so I think,
thank you.
I think what you're asking is the analytics is going to show car count type of data. It's not going to give us any more information than that.
Okay.
If we are accessing license plate to get more information, that's when we need to have a legitimate law enforcement need in order to access that information to run that license plate against another database to see where it lives.
Yeah, and to add to what Chief Renfro is saying, for the example you mentioned with a specific plate, that would have to be something completely different because you would have to have a case number, a legitimate law enforcement purpose to know where a specific plate has been or how many times. So it's more of an aggregate number for the planning purposes.
Right, but you said, like, for Bob's purposes, he's going to be able to take out multiple trips. Because that license plate was seen 5 times within a 24-hour period versus a single time in a 24-hour period. So Bob's going to take that data. Am I interpreting something incorrectly?
No, I think there's a misunderstanding of what you're asking. So we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about unique plate reads on a certain specified period of time on the analytics side versus when we showed that picture of the vehicle and it showed last seen 3 of 30 days. That's an investigative number, that 3 on 30 days, versus the analytics side of unique plate reads during a certain time period. So one is subject to legitimate law enforcement use. The other one, just that broad analytics that's not tied to any specific license plate or vehicle. It's just giving you that total number, totally different criteria. We can use that information separately for planning purposes.
Okay.
I think that there are probably further discussions to be had because the Supreme Court 5 years ago indicated that anonymized data is probably not subject to these safeguards. So if you replaced an actual license plate with, as the Supreme Court said, 11111, you could potentially track individual vehicles without keeping track of who those people are. It would get a little dicey if you were tracking them to maybe a specific address, but there may be some room to kind of think through this a little bit.
Okay. I think I was just looking for some big picture, and I think I mostly got an answer on that.
There are other programs, streetlight data, and you put gates in, which this can do in some ways, but basically then you can track and they anonymize it. It just takes 6 to 8 weeks to get it. That does what you're talking about, going to Palisades versus Alpine versus Tahoe City.
Right.
You can do it that way. That's a totally different system.
I see.
This is just looking at numbers.
Okay. Cool. I think those were all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Klopstad.
Okay, most of mine have already been asked by my fellow council members, so thank you for that. And I think just hopefully putting a period at the end of that conversation, what is clear to me from the location of the cameras and the direction of the cameras, we are simply tracking people coming in. We are not tracking people leaving, correct?
With these current pilot projects, correct. It's going to be situated on essentially off-ramps and then going into subdivisions for that car count purpose.
So we will see unique vehicles coming into town. We won't necessarily know that they have left, but we would be able to tell whether or not, if we had 500 vehicles come in that day or 5,000 vehicles come in that day.
Yes and no. So it depends on the placement of the cameras. So in addition to reading or recognizing rear license plates, it also recognizes front plates. So if these cameras are located on a road that's narrow enough to capture traffic entering and exiting, it actually does provide the data that we're looking for.
And it does identify that it is an exit versus an entrance.
Correct, and it'll say the direction of travel that it is going. I did not mention that during the presentation. Excellent question.
That is fantastic information to know and very helpful. And I think that actually really expands our ability to understand this data further. I think, and then, so basically $4,300 a year, or $43,000 a year going forward. And then, the data retention, so basically the 31st of every, not the 31st of every month, but on that 31st day, that data disappears. So it's, at any given time, we have a full 30 days of data.
Yeah, so day one would roll off, right? After 30 days.
On day 31. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was going to ask about entering and exiting, so I appreciate the clarification on that. And I think all the other questions have been answered already. So with that, I will open it up to the public if there's any public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment and I will bring it back up here. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I think we've gotten a lot of great information tonight, and I really appreciate it. I think my initial apprehensions, at least, were some of the community concerns over privacy, and I know you've extensively addressed those this evening. I appreciate all of those safeguards and applying the equity lens that you have to this. I just want to ensure that we can continue communicating with the public around this, especially as they start to see, cameras going in and asking what is this town doing, right? Because we've certainly seen some of that on social media and I think gotten some of those questions. So I think it's going to be a continued community engagement strategy. That would be at least my strong preference. I share Councilmember Pallavi's concern just about impacting our natural aesthetic with yet more poles, more sign type things in our community because we have so much of that. So also just want to strongly voice that to the extent possible, would love to see these cited in a way that is not impactful or as least impactful as possible. I think you've really clearly laid out the benefits to this, and they are numerous. There is a lot that we don't know, and we can't make really strong, solid, robust, informed decisions around things like evacuation without actually having these data points, not to mention, of course, all of sort of the investigative benefits that you've clearly laid out. So I guess with that, I'll cut right to it. I'm ready to support this tonight, just noting those two apprehensions and for us to be very cognizant and planned around those, and that it does come back to council in a year.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, from earlier discussions, it was my understanding that the cameras would allow us to net out the number of vehicles in, let's say, Tahoe Donner for evacuation analysis, knowing how many vehicles are in there. So I'm certainly in favor of having the cameras capturing both directions, just for that public safety issue. I'd like to hear from my other council members. I understood staff to say they don't have a problem adding a requirement for the receiving agency to agree not to share the information for purposes of federal immigration purposes. And with that one amendment, I would support this flock. Gladly support it, yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I will echo what Councilmember Henderson said on the communications and the standalone polls. I support Councilmember Zabriskie's addition, and I'm supportive for a lot of reasons. Just really notably, this has been widely adopted by many other jurisdictions. Assisting our police force as a multiplier, I think, is actually a huge win. And then that population modeling. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad?
I'll ditto Vice Mayor Pallavi's comments there, and then just add that thank you so much, Lieutenant Vickers. You've clearly done extensive research on this, and it was really great to get into that level of detail and really understand and assuage some of those concerns that we've heard. And Hector, thank you so much for your patience and affirming the functionality of this system and our ability to trust it. And really, truly, trust is what it comes down to. We move at the speed of trust. And this was a rather long and detailed presentation and discussion, but it needed to be. You have definitely built that trust with me, and I look forward to seeing what this system can do in support of your services in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Klofstad. Very well said. I echo exactly what she said. And appreciate all the work that's gone into this from everybody. So with that, I would welcome a motion, potentially Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, I move we adopt Resolution 2023-03 authorizing the town manager to expend COPS grant funds to enter into a one-year lease agreement with Flock Safety for the 17 cameras for our police department in the amount not to exceed $52,950 by increasing the budget from the COPS grant funds with an amendment to the regulation, probably in 426.A, but wherever you feel is appropriate, that the receiving agency agrees not to share information for purposes, the received information for purposes of federal immigration enforcement.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, on to our next discussion item, the short-term rental ordinance update with Nicole Casey.
Madam Mayor and Council, we are here to present an update to the short-term rental ordinance. Just to quickly go over our background, the Town Council adopted Ordinance 2022-02, amending Chapter 5.02 of the Town of Truckee Municipal Code, and that went into effect in May of 2022. Since then, staff have been working with this ordinance and have identified some areas that warrant some minor changes to improve clarity and provide improvements to our process just based on our experience with working with the operators and actually operating within the ordinance. I'm going to go over the changes we're proposing. So the first is to the registration certificate requirement section, and we are proposing to prohibit short-term renting of mobile homes. The California Department of Housing and Community Development actually regulates the mobile homes, so they deal with the registration, titling, permitting requirements, inspections, and we're kind of unclear. There isn't a lot of information, but we're kind of unclear of whether or not we would actually be able to collect transient occupancy tax for them, or if that would be under the HCD's jurisdiction. We currently don't have any active registrations or waitlist applications for mobile homes that meet these criteria, and we also feel like they are in our affordable housing pool, so making sure that they're remaining open as an affordable housing option felt like it aligned with council's priorities. So we are recommending the prohibition of short-term renting mobile homes and manufactured homes that are not fixed to a permanent foundation or located within a mobile home park or mobile home subdivision. So it's mentioned a couple times throughout our ordinance changes. The next change is in the application to join the wait list. We have had several applications for vacant property or properties still under construction that haven't been issued a certificate of occupancy. We believe that the intent of the municipal code was only to issue licenses to establish properties that meet all of our safety requirements in order to operate as a short-term rental. So we are recommending that we change the language to require a certificate of occupancy for any property to apply to the wait list. We believe that the reason they're doing that is so, like, hopefully by the time that their property is constructed that they, are able to get a license, but we feel like they need to have a certificate of occupancy before they apply for their license. The next one is also relating to when a property can join the wait list. So right now, when a property has an active code compliance case with our community development department, our staff doesn't have the authority to deny them the ability to apply for the wait list. And we only have the ability to deny active registrations for having a code compliance violation. This again goes back to, we think only properties that meet all of our safety requirements should be operating as a short-term rental. Therefore, we are recommending that we add language to allow staff to deny an application while a code compliance case remains uncured. On the term and scope of the certificate, right now, the registration certificate holders have from October 1st to December 31st to renew their registration for the following calendar year. This coincides with the third quarter filing deadline, which is on November 1st. And these overlapping dates have caused people confusion. They file $0 tax returns, and it's also causing there to be kind of an additional administrative burden for our staff to be managing both processes at once. So we're recommending to change the renewal period from November 1st to separate it from the third quarter filing process. So people will file for their third quarter taxes and then they will start the renewal process versus trying to have them do both. We're not sure why that caused a lot of confusion. We've tried changing things in our software, but it was too much. So we're trying to simplify it for people and just have them focus on one task at a time. And then in the enforcement realm, we are updating the STR ordinance to align with California Government Code Section 36900. We're also recommending to connect Chapter 3.24 and 5.02 for compliance purposes. So if somebody's not paying their taxes, they would follow the same compliance and enforcement as we have in Chapter 5, which is just kind of seems logical since they're under the kind of the transient occupancy taxes part of the short-term rental operations. We're also adding language that Chapter 3.24 and 5.02 pose a threat to public health and safety. One of the goals that council had outlined as part of the short-term rental process was improving the quality of life for homes surrounding short-term rentals that were causing a lot of noise issues or garbage or parking issues. By adding this language, it allows us to have some enforcement in line with California Government Code Section 36900, and we feel like it's in line with the reason that we embarked on this short-term rental process. This would increase the fine for a transient occupancy rental operating without a certificate to $500 for the first violation. Currently, the California Government Code section, without us saying it's a health and safety violation, we can only go up to $100. Am I saying that right? Yeah. So without saying that it's a health and safety issue, we could only fine somebody for operating a short-term rental without a permit $100, and this allows us to go up to $500. We really want the fines for that to be more than they would get for operating a short-term rental. Otherwise, it's not effective in getting them to stop operating without a license. We would also establish a hardship waiver process if the full amount of the fine would impose an undue financial burden. We're not sure, what that looks like right now, especially because, these are usually second homeowners. So we would work closely with Andy and to kind of define that process.
And the requirement to have a hardship waiver process is in state law. So it's the price that we pay for getting to have these much higher fine amounts. The law was changed a couple of years ago and says now you can take it up to $1,500, $3,000, $5,000, but you have to have this waiver process. So rather than asking you to weigh in on exactly what the process is, we've set it up so that you just tell us to come up with a process and we'll do it.
And in the denial, suspension, and revocation section, we have had a couple of code cases that have posed life safety issues. We've put those registrations on hold until the code cases are remedied. It doesn't prevent those people from renewing even if their license has been suspended for a significant period while they're trying to resolve those code cases. So we're recommending that a suspended registration certificate holder won't be able to renew for the following year if their code case is uncured. And it would also, we're also recommending that you give us the authority to revoke a suspended registration certificate should an active code case not be remedied within a minimum of 30 days. We could define a longer period based on what it is they need to cure, but they would have a minimum of 30 days to cure. We could potentially offer them a longer period. Right now, the language isn't really strong about us revoking their license for suspension. We've been focused on revoking licenses only for 3 citations, but then that means that we're having to give somebody 3 citations when they're potentially, we could just give them 1 citation, they're on hold. So it's actually to the benefit of the operators. And last one is in the denial, suspension, and revocation section as well. Revoking a registration, a revoked registration isn't subject to the waiting period after their citation has been revoked, so they could immediately apply for the wait list. And we don't think that was the intention. So if a registration certificate has been revoked, we're recommending that the applicant have to wait 12 months before they can apply for the wait list. That was all of our changes, so I'm going to open it up for any questions, and if there, I will throw the recommendation up as well.
Thank you very much, Nikki. We'll do questions first. Councilmember Zabriskie, kick us off.
No questions.
Just kidding. Vice Mayor Pallavi? Councilmember Klosted?
I just had one on the certificate of occupancy. Obviously, that applies to new construction. Are we requiring that on existing homes?
Yes.
Yes. And
yeah.
so they would have to go and research our files for that certificate of occupancy. They don't likely have it.
Our building records, we do have every property that has a certificate of occupancy. So our process right now is when a property applies for the wait list, the carry and code compliance actually does research for us to make sure that they have a certificate of occupancy. You know, if they're saying I have 4 bedrooms, that all 4 bedrooms are permitted. We look for any open code cases. So they do a significant amount of research before they even get on the wait list.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Henderson?
No questions, thank you.
Just one question for me, and I apologize. So the renewal process will now start on November 1st, so they'll have 1 month less for the renewal process? Okay. And I would just say, ensure we're communicating that to people, even though it's still the same deadline at the end. I could see someone saying before I had 2 months and now or before I had 3 months and now I have 1. So I would just ask that that's communicated, that it's shorter. That was into deliberation. I apologize. We'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, we will close public comment. Head back over here. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I'm ready.
I would say go for it.
I move we waive the first reading and approve ordinance 2023-01, amending chapter 5.02 of the Truckee Municipal Code. That's the transient rental of residential units.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. That passes unanimously.
Great work.
All right, next discussion item 8.3, receive our fiscal year 2021 through 2023 Town Council priorities and work plan quarterly update for the period ending December 31st.
Great, thank you. This is certainly not your first time seeing this, so I'm just going to go through. We listed all of the items that were complete this last quarter. As a reminder, several of them were ongoing, and we had the conversation about moving those into the complete category as well, even though there's this ongoing, whether it's partnership or whatever, just to capture that we've been working in that field. And then this time in the staff report, we did list all of the items that we had not started yet. That was in preparation for your meeting on Thursday, just not saying we should take any of them off or definitely include them all, but wanted you to have that as an easy reference point for when we go into the retreat meeting. Also, you will see this one more time. This runs through June 30th. It's the 2-year fiscal work plan. So there may be some overlap that comes out of Thursday's conversation, but this is technically running through June 30th. So just wanted to remind everybody of that. We all know that your priorities are housing, climate initiatives, community cohesion, connectivity and infrastructure, and emergency preparedness. The big item completed under the housing priority was our BMR program. We reported on that last council meeting, I believe, that we had one home that was in escrow. We closed on the second home today. So that was good news for that program. And then you'll be seeing the short-term rental workforce housing token program. I believe the second meeting in February is what we're targeting to bring back the RFP. You can't hear me? Absolutely. Our climate action and sustainability completion list, some of the big ones on here are launching of the housing retrofit pilot program. Again, that was kicked off in partnership with the utility district, so it's still ongoing, but we have launched that and considered that in the complete category. And we continue to explore both of our the Building Reach Code and the sustainability grant program. Infrastructure and connectivity, the transit center relocation land acquisition is complete. We've signed those papers. And you would notice all of the construction happening this past summer. We'll be finalizing the Church Street extension and Trout Creek project this coming summer. Communications and community cohesion. You heard a lot about that today during our presentation. A lot of good information from Braun and Erica. The Truckee Collaborative Project, which is our diversion program with the DA's office, has initiated, and again, that's ongoing. And then substantially complete would be our Zoom room creation and our communication strategy. That's going to be town-wide, as well as a lot of advancement on our art commission work that's going on in the town. Emergency partnerships. A lot of work on evacuation planning. We continue our partnership with the fire district on that. Had some success in receiving some emergency management grants, and have installed the generators at the Community Arts Center. Continuing to work on radios and improving early alert systems. Number of items that we have made significant progress on, including our RFPs for the website, the branding, DEI action plan, our bike safety campaign, and our art install down at Donner Lake. We have some concepts that will be going to the Art Commission in the next month. And then new items, you've already heard these. I'm just reminding you that we have added these into the work plan based on our previous quarter's conversation, the single-use water bottle ban, which will kick off on Thursday, the bike safety campaign, the youth commission initiation, and the Donner Lake art install. And at your last discussion, you added Park and Recreation District consolidation, so that'll be on the table for discussion on Thursday. We haven't added anything new this quarter in the bike rack, so there's nothing to discuss there. So with that, we'd ask you to receive the reports and be excited about your conversation on Thursday in preparation for the new work plan.
We're all very excited. Thank you, Jen. Any questions, Councilmember Pallavi? Councilmember Klovstad?
I do have a couple. I didn't pull up this spreadsheet, which, by the way, thank you. It was a much easier way to read that. That was very helpful. But I didn't see an update to the Blue Zone community certification. Is that just on pause based on?
The hospital reached out, connected with Ted Owens on that a couple of months ago, and they're still a little bit hesitant and wanting to see what the economy does before we embark on that conversation.
Okay. Wait, they want to see what?
They're concerned about the economic impacts. There is some cost to doing that. Is there community capacity for that if we do enter more into a recession, or there's revenue changes that come out of whatever might happen in the economy in the next several months? That was just what their thought was.
Interesting.
Yes.
Thank you. And then the e-bike test program, are we still waiting for bikes?
No, Alfred and Dan, you can add, but Alfred let us know this week, actually, that we're on track for the spring launch of that.
Excellent. Now, the staff report, where I read, maybe it was in the spreadsheet, that we received some e-bikes for staff to test.
Yes, we had those out, I think maybe only a month or a month and a half at the end of the season last year. They were down in the foyer area by the clerk's office, about 7-8 of them, I think, that staff were able to check out, use them. We definitely had some usage on them, but they're ready and available when the weather turns.
Great. And those were just at Town Hall? They weren't at the Courtyard? Or
correct.
The Stockwell Springs, okay. And then I've been questioning this for a while because we keep talking about the wood burning fireplaces, and it does say to replace them with EPA approved. But are we actively trying to support people in installing EPA approved wood burning units, or are we just saying you can put whatever you want in there as long as it's not the old style?
I'll ask Danielle to maybe give a little bit more information on the wood burning rebate program. How actively involved are we?
We're still processing requests to remove non-compliant stoves, and we're averaging maybe 6 a year still.
I guess my question is more specifically because we have so much fuel to deal with that transitioning to the EPA-approved wood-burning stoves would be a great transition. But maybe that's a conversation for Thursday, now that I know where we are with it. And that is it. That is all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes. Could you just explain the building and impact fee study for the new library, what that is?
Yes. So it's not a study. It was actually the waiving those fees or the town paying those fees on behalf of the library once we know what those are. So we did include some budget dollars in the CIP project for that. We leaned into those a little bit for the polling because that went over budget. But the intention was to offset those fees on behalf of the library.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have any questions, so we will open it up to public comment. If there's anyone who'd like to make a public comment, seeing none, we will close public comment. And we're just receiving this report, so no direction is needed, and we're going to have a robust conversation on Thursday. Did anyone else have any additional comments to make? Nope. Then we appreciate receiving the report, Jen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to our final item of the evening, the Truckee Fire Protection District fire fee update. And Lucas is here. And I am going to butcher your name again. Last name?
Cannell.
Cannell. I'll remember it next time. Probably not.
No
Thank
worries. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Lucas Cannell. I'm Assistant Planner here with the town. And I'm here to present the increase to fire impact fees on behalf of the Truckee Fire Protection District. Chief McKechnie is here as well in case you have any questions. The fire impact fees are a one-time fee charged to new development that can be used to expand facilities, which also includes the fire district's apparatus and equipment. Town authority comes from the Mitigation Fee Act, or AB 1600, allowing for the town to collect fees on behalf of special district, like the Truckee Fire Protection District. The town similarly collects impact fees for the Park and Rec District as well. In order to collect the fee, the district must satisfy specific requirements of AB 1600, including establishing the proportional relationship between the amount of the fee and the cost of a portion of new facilities attributed to the new development. All of this is documented in the 2021 Nexus Study Update developed by SCI Consulting Group, as well as an annual capital improvement plan that is prepared by the district. The district needed to go through their own public process with the Board of Directors, and this is required to be noticed by the Board of Directors met this past winter on December 20th to adopt the updated capital improvement plan, which shows all current and future projected expenditures. The capital improvement plan ensures that the revenue generated will maintain the district's existing level of service to serve the growing population. The town then noticed the meeting on January 13th to meet our required noticing period. The capital improvement plan prepared by Truckee Fire Protection District is proposing a 5.7% increase to the fee based on the percentage change in the 20 Cities Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index. The fees are broken down by their use since different building uses require different levels of service. If the resolution is adopted tonight, these new fees will go into effect in 60 days. Staff is recommending the adoption of Resolution 2023-04, approving the increase to the fire protection facilities mitigation fee.
Thank you very much, Lucas, and thank you, Chief, for being here this evening. We'll go to questions. Councilmember Klofstad?
I do not have any questions.
Councilmember Henderson?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Zabriskie?
My questions were answered in the written answers. Thank you.
All right, none for me either. So with that, we will open it up to public comment. Seeing none, we will close public comment. Bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Klofstad, maybe do you want to make a motion?
Yes, this is a very familiar item for us. We do it every year. Thank you, Chief, for being here this evening. Sorry, we don't have any questions for you. Chief Celine answered all of them many times over the past few years. So what's our recommendation? That we adopt Resolution 2023-04, approving annual inflationary increase to the Truckee Fire Protection District's Fire Protection Facility Mitigation Fee and Capital Improvement Plan.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Lucas. All right. That brings us to council reports, everyone's favorite part of the evening. Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, well, let's see, I spent a few hours and I went out plowing with our Public Works Department. Thank you to Dan for arranging that. It was so incredibly informative, and just to see the challenges that they face every day, and also the really long shifts because they are still short-staffed. So, I mean, incredibly long shifts and a lot of days working. So I'm just really grateful for them and hope that our community continues to applaud and encourage all of their work. So that was the first one. I had a library alignment meeting, so that's with the county, it's with the Friends of the Library. We said we'd give a couple quick updates, so I'll just give a few. So working on the JPA formation, polling meetings beginning hopefully in early February at some point, and conversations just sort of engaging with Placer County as well. I did have a call with Supervisor Bullock. We talked more about the library, about transportation, which I mentioned earlier. Of course, the county's having their priority session this week, just as we are as well. And these ones are tomorrow and Thursday, but I figure I'll mention them. So Sierra Camp, my first one, is tomorrow. And then we kick off our plastic water bottle ban committee on Thursday of this week. I think those were the main ones.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Zabriskie.
I attended 2 meetings of the Truckee River Legacy Foundation, where the focus is on the implementing the revitalization strategy of 2005, with some updates, but basically still trying to accomplish the same purpose of revitalizing West River, and then also looking at the entire 10-mile reach of the river within the town of Truckee in terms of the environmental protection, visual and physical access to the river, the surrounding economy and housing. And then I met with Courtney for about an hour. We touched on a number of non-government issues, but then also talked about the vote for mayor and vice mayor, and then briefly on the library and briefly on one part of the work plan.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I got to sit in as a substitute at my first Climate Transformation Alliance meeting. So thanks for Councilmember Henderson. She couldn't attend after our last conversation. She was like, hey, your turn. So it was really great. Councilmember Klofstad, you guys did a great job. It was really professionally done. Seems like a great group and seems like a really amazing regional opportunity, more than I've ever seen. So yeah, really great job at what's going on there, and let me know what you need from me going forward. Couple of other organizations obviously got word of our priority setting on Thursday, so got to meet with Truckee Trails Foundation and visit Truckee Tahoe staff on, just sort of some of their priorities for moving things forward. Trails and Bikeways update, master plan update, bike safety, visit Truckee Tahoe also, looking at some additions to some of our priorities. So that's all I got this time.
Councilmember Klofstad.
Yeah, thank you so much for attending. It was really great to have you there. And so to get into a little bit more detail on the Climate Transformation Alliance meeting, we started off with talking about Government Code 4217, a presentation on that allows for procurement of projects that include energy efficiency, that allow you to do an RFP process, basically. And it's really it's both a alternative delivery method and a potential funding method, because you can leverage adding additional projects or additional scope onto this, and you pay for it with the savings on your energy bills. So it's really a elegant and efficient way of actually procuring energy efficiency and other projects. So we shared that with the community. I've actually utilized it at the school district. I'm hoping to utilize it at the PUD now that we've shared that information and start the trend in the community. The Sierra Business Council did an update on the ICARP adaptation planning grants, which apparently due to the budget cuts at the state, that got reduced. But the silver lining there is we are combining our application with an application that Nevada County was planning on making. So instead of competing with them, we feel we're going to have a much stronger, much more potentially successful application by working together. So going to those regional collaborations, I think that's a win-win for all of us. We're working on that over the next month and a half before the applications are due in March. And then we updated the organization on the Truckee Tahoe Building Decarbonization Program. There is a anonymous funder out there that it sounds like we are very close to securing the final details of a pretty hefty grant that this individual is going to make to do three primary things. First, to help create training for contractors and designers and installers of energy efficient systems. And then also to create a kind of concierge service to help building owners, residents and commercial building owners engage with this process, get the proper permits, find the right rebates, leverage, funding sources, all that sort of stuff. And then also provide some funding for procuring some of these projects, or at least some pilot projects. So that's really exciting. We also shared the results of our survey, which we surveyed all the organizations. So, single individual business owners all the way up to Vail Resorts responded to these surveys. And what was really interesting was pretty much so all organizations identified with climate mitigation and adaptation as being a priority, but very few of them actually had any standing ordinances, guidelines, procedures, practices. And so that was really telling for us, because that is something that the CTA is really hoping to organize and share that information so that we can all not only implement those, but also implement them consistently so that our residents and our visitors understand our systems better. And then finally, we broke up into groups and started developing a climate transformation accelerator. Most people are probably familiar with the Sierra Business Council Pitch Camp. So it's very similar to that, but your project has to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So we broke up into 6 different categories, and we started those discussions. And when you return, Councilmember Henderson, you'll get to pick your group, and we're working on pitching projects. Yeah, it's really, really fun. So that's a big part of, it was a big part of my week getting ready for that, and then going through with that. And then a debriefing meeting on Monday. Also attended the Nevada County Oversight Board meeting where we approved the ROPS as usual. And we're just going to keep working on paying off that redevelopment agency program. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Very exciting stuff at the CTA. Thank you for sharing that. As for me, last week I attended a meeting with town manager and Danielle and Jenna. We met with Mountain Area Preservation with Alexis, Sophia, and then one of their board members, Lisa Holen, talked through some of their concerns. A lot of things that we've heard them discuss before, but also promised them that we'd give them an updated timeline tonight. So appreciated that you guys provided that in the update, because they wanted to stay up to date on, where we were at with everything moving forward. So thank you for doing that. And then also I met along with Judy Price with the government affairs manager of Optimum, which is formerly known as Sunlink. I know Andy has dealt with them quite a bit. Talked a lot. They have said they have made some improvements to the nodes in our system and splitting the nodes. They also, we shared a lot of the concerns that we hear from constituents on various issues. I know you've all heard. They're well aware of them. But we will continue to share them. And one thing we did talk about is, I'm not a tech person totally, but a lot of folks who have their internet service right now should have gotten information about upgrading their modem, because with the new node split and other upgrades they've made, if you don't have this new modem, you won't be able to get as high of speeds as you might be paying for. So we also were encouraging them to have better communication with constituents, so that way everybody understands. So they were going to provide us the data of how many residents should be looking to upgrade their modem and how many have done that so far. So that's a message. If you hear from constituents, maybe remind them, check if they have done that yet. That might help. And those were the two main things. So with that, we will close our regular meeting and move into closed session. Thank you all very much.
Good job, Madam Mayor.
Thanks.